Chapter 11:21 Wrap it up. Want to erase my past? Two can play at this game, Soar thought as she summoned a blade with the power of time. Time-erasing blade, with one swing, the river of time vibrated, an indication of its manipulation. Chu Luo's face changed as his eyes of truth realized what his opponent was doing. She was erasing an important part of his life. She wanted to erase his participation in the Gu Xian trial. He swiftly changed the target of his causality sword to counter her time erasure. The river of time once again released a strange vibration as these two confronted each other in an attempt to erase each other's past. Boom! A terrifying power pushed Soar and Chu Luo's back a few light years away. Their complexion turned pale as they spewed blood. Backlash. They thought, and they were correct. The river of time was annoyed by their attempt to influence the past and taught them a small lesson, telling them they were not yet worthy to play on that level. They looked at each other before going on the offensive. Soar did not hesitate to use one of her most brilliant and powerful techniques, Death of Primordial Chaos. Primordial chaos is the origin of all things and lives in the universe. According to the natural evolution of the chaos universe, it is one of the first things that came into existence. So, what will happen if it dies? Soar had this question and used her chaos and death subdeos to find the answer. So, once primordial chaos dies, returning to a state before it existed or was created, the only thing remaining is nothingness. Primordial chaos was created from a state of nothingness. The universe's birth is a process from nothing to something, from non-existent to existence, and from imaginary to real. With this technique, Soar managed to control a bit of the power of nothingness, which slightly surprised Chu Luo. However, he remained calm as he watched this terrifying power, manifested as a dark gray cloud, rush toward him to reduce him to nothingness. It's so beautiful, yet terrifying, he thought as he gazed at that cloud. His thought was running faster than any photons. This technique was brilliant, but he had ways to deal with it. I could create a void chaos converter cauldron that transformed nothingness into primordial chaos. Although I would need to be extra careful to ensure the terrifying power did not swallow my technique, it could still work. But if I did this, we would return back to where we started, an even match. Chu Luo frowned. His eyes told him the only way to end this battle was to use that method or spend decades or even hundreds of years fighting until someone made a mistake. He sighed. No need to let my ego get in the way. Anyway, once I use it, Wang Wei will have no choice but to show up. Chu Luo's aura suddenly increased. In less than a second, his aura suddenly increased from the peak 6-fold to 9-fold or 65% Grand Dao source. However, this was not the end, as his strength soon climbed to 67% Grand Dao source before stopping. His aura alone made the dark gray cloud slow down. Soar was shocked. The sudden increase in strength was not something that she expected. Is this? However, before she could finish that thought or even react, Chu Luo clutched his hand, and a powerful force instantly destroyed her technique. Be gone, he boldly declared, creating a gargantuan palm with extreme power and speed. Everything proceeded so fast that Soar had no time to react. Bang! This attack released a terrifying shockwave throughout most of the lower dimensions. However, once the dust settled, Soar was perfectly fine, and that's because of a handsome young man with silver gray hair and eyes floating before her. Wang Wei calmly looked at Chu Luo. No plan is perfect, even for someone like him. He knew the Commerce Hub had their hidden trump cards and had speculated what they were since his divination failed him due to them previously using the four-symbol mirror and the power from their headquarters. Now, he knew, it was a talisman that could provide an individual with all the powers from their headquarters. They used the potential mirror to cultivate high-end emperors that could bear the power of talisman because, unlike the ones Wang Wei could condense at will, the Commerce Hub's source of power was much harder to harness. So, if any regular emperors used that talisman, they could die instead of becoming powerful. Wang Wei looked in the distance as he had figured out other things now that Chu Luo showed up and the karmic strings were easier to read. The commerce hub did give him something to increase his strength, but it was not the potential mirror. That went to their real, greatest weapon. I knew you would show up, Chu Luo said, his eyes more profound than ever. And it seems the rumors are true. Wang Wei focused on him. I've lowered all my defenses, so your eyes should have told you that you have zero chance of winning against me. So, what now? Chu Luo was silent. He was telling the truth. Currently, his eyes were working on overdrive, trying to deduce any possibility of victory, and the result was always the same, 0. Even with its augmented power from the talisman, the result could not change. It doesn't matter. I just want a fair fight in which I'm not granted victory. Wang Wei was not surprised by this response. People like Chu Luo and Yidafu insist on fighting him despite knowing they won't win because they do not want his existence to become a flaw or heart devil to their cultivation path. So, no matter how unconquerable that tall mountain that is his existence is, they will face it, even if it means death. However, Wang Wei's philosophy has always been not to fight when words are enough to deal with the problem. Why are you still in the lower dimension? What do you mean? Chu Luo was genuinely concerned by this sudden and odd question. You were there during Gu Xian's trial and heard about the upper dimension situation. So? Wang Wei looked at him oddly. What are you getting at? Asked Chu Luo, annoyed. The situation has detonated. A major war has already started, and people are forced to take sides. Aren't you worried about your parents? From what I heard, no one can escape from this war. Chu Luo's face changed. You're not lying to me to force me to leave, right? What did your eyes tell you? Chu Luo's atmosphere became somber. He knew some information about the upper dimension situation and was worried, but he convinced himself things were not as bad based on how the trial proceeded and the fact his parents showed up to help him deal with Gu Xian. Now, he understood how wrong his assumption was. Chu Luo no longer hesitated. He took one step to teleport back to the Emperor Dao world. He had little to no affection for his homeworld and only had a few more things to deal with. Once he finished, he would immediately ascend to the upper dimension. Chu Luo did not care about the Heavenly Emperor's position, the benefits, or even the karma he owed to the Commerce Hub. All he cared about was his parents and how they might be in danger. So, after returning home, he used his current strength to create a few things that may help once that power left his body before ascending. No wonder this guy failed his Supreme Outlaw trial. Although his intelligence might be close to that level, his ability to control and regulate his emotions was terrible, thought Wang Wei. I'm sorry, said Su Shi with a sigh. She was not apologizing for losing, but how she lost. Chu Luo timed his strength gain and attack so perfectly that she did not have the opportunity to activate Wang Wei's talisman and gain his strength. It's fine, nodded Wang Wei. He would not blame her as Chu Luo was a talented genius, and accidents were expected to happen when dealing with him. What now? Now, it's time to wrap things up, said Wang Wei, who made a yanking motion from the void to summon a middle-aged man dressed in all black. This man was the Black Heart Emperor, the Commerce Hub's ultimate weapon. He used the potential mirror to achieve a peak 6-fold strength and a Grand Dao Foundation pill to temporarily reach 7-fold. The next step was to use the same talisman as Chu Luo to reach the strength of 10-fold and compete with Wang Wei. Sadly, he would not have this chance. Before this man could even activate the Grand Dao Foundation, Wang Wei annihilated him. He did not have the chance to process his surroundings, scream, or do anything else. He was gone. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1122 Operation Sleeper 2. 0. Wang Wei scanned the battlefield. He took measures to ensure people would not notice his presence, but the death of the Blackheart Emperor would be noticed before long. He groaned before muttering a few words, "You have the blessing of fates." His simple words generated a power that instantly covered the entire lower dimension. Then, all the survivors from his faction suddenly felt an overwhelming confidence. It was like they knew they would be the final winner no matter the circumstances. That confidence soon transformed into a strength that ensured their victory. Wang Wei nodded in satisfaction before looking at Su Shi. "Do you want to continue or return home?" "I can still fight." "Then, go support the Star Beast battlefield." Wang Wei disappeared, returning to the Commerce Hub's headquarters. He summoned a screen before him. "It's time for you to act." "As you wish, my lord," said Wang Ju. Central Commerce World, the Commerce Hub knew the importance of having the strength to maintain its grip over the lower dimension. So, they have long invaded another world and turned it into their training ground. The upper echelons of the hub control 99% of emperor lineages in this world. They use these factions for one purpose: to brainwash talented individuals to train powerful thugs for their rules. The Fist Saint Emperor had a frown on his face. Since his return home, he's felt something was wrong, and no matter what he tried, he could not stop this feeling. Am I just being paranoid? I should be completely safe in this place, right? Thought Saint Fist. He knew how well protected this place was, and even if Wang Wei showed up, he could not conquer this place easily due to the sheer amount of powerful arrays protecting this world. If Commerce's headquarters were their most powerful attacking weapon, this world would be their most defensive. The hub placed a lot of resources in this training ground to ensure that this world would create powerful emperors for them. Because of the balance mechanism and other factors, they have not cultivated many Eternals until this generation, but the number of pseudo-Eternals they've cultivated was astronomical. In this world's history, there have been many periods where Eternals appeared for hundreds of consecutive generations. All these people would leave a protective array worldwide to protect it, but even then, that is not the full extent of the security. To combat the balance mechanism, the Commerce Hub would order their trained Heaven Chosen to travel to other Heavenwell worlds and gain citizenship before returning home to protect their home. They would sponsor talents from other worlds, promising they would help after proving the Tao. So, there is no doubt that the Central Commerce World is the most powerful Heavenwell world in the lower dimension. I need to calm down. This place is safe, thought the Fist Saint Emperor, exhaling deeply to release the tension and pressure. However, less than 10 seconds later, he received an emergency talisman that flew from the void. His face turned ugly after absorbing the information inside. Blackheart had mysteriously disappeared. He stood up from his cultivation mat, preparing to rush to the meeting. Saint Fist sensed something, and his eyes penetrated his room to see the sky above the world. He saw a bright golden shield that greatly reassured him. Most of the panic he felt abated, and he calmly teleported to the meeting room. Everyone saluted him as soon as he appeared. Although Saint Fist was trained as their pawn, it did not change the fact that he was an eternal emperor and deserved respect. Additionally, after Blackheart's disappearance, he was the most powerful powerhouse they had who they knew was 100% loyal. The Fist Saint Emperor nodded to all the elders as he sat in one of the elevated positions. He looked around and knew most of the people since they were the true rulers of the Commerce Hub. "Where is Tian Wenyan?" asked one of the leaders. He returned home as soon as the previous meeting ended. Home. Shouldn't he stay in the headquarters to ensure there were no problems? As the president, he needed to activate the continent's power in case of an emergency. He claimed there was an emergency back home, but based on the recent situation, it's obvious that he sensed an anomaly even before us. I knew we should not have re-elected that bastard. Although he has a brilliant strategic mind, I always knew he was a coward. No, things are not adding up. Why didn't he retreat here to this place? Does he think there are places even more secure than here? Or does he know something that we don't? He knew this place would be the first to be attacked in case something went wrong. Everyone looked at the person who said these words since it was a woman's voice they did not recognize. Their faces changed when they saw a hooded individual standing in the room. They wondered how long she'd been there and how none of the Eternal class powerhouses detected her. Saint Fist and a few others wanted to react, but they discovered shadow tentacles attached to their shadows, rendering them immobile. They mobilized all their strength to resist, but it was useless. "Your destiny has run out," Wang Ju declared. "It's a shame that my master's heavenly emperor era had to rise from your ashes." She shook her head in disappointment. None of these needed to happen if these people were wise enough to understand the situation and surrender. "How did you bypass our defenses?" asked Saint Fist with clenched teeth. "Bypass? Why must I do that when I've always been here?" "You've been planning all of this." "Yes, and for a very long time," nodded Wang Ju. "The Central Commerce world is a well-protected secret. In fact, few world communities know of its existence, and the ones who have heard of it think it's only a myth." However, after hearing of this myth, Wang Wei tasked them to find this place, and it became a primary mission for the Fate Shadow Guards. "What are you going to do with us?" Saint Fist asked, trying to buy some time to see if he could kill himself and use his immortality to escape the current predicament. However, Wang Ju no longer entertained him. She motioned with her hand, and countless guards appeared in the room. They each chose one of the commerce's rulers and pointed it in their forehead to manifest their fate lines. Then, the fate guards released a weird-looking gray insect that attached itself to the fate line before fusing with it. This resulted in them turning in their chosen individuals and inheriting everything from them, including their fate. "You," said Saint Fist as he realized what these people were doing. However, no one paid attention to them. The Fate Shadow Guards only chose a few people, and the rest were executed. Wang Ju did not hesitate to kill all the immortal sovereigns while preserving the bodies for her master. She then sealed Saint Fist before killing the remaining pseudo-eternals. "Who knows how to control this world's protection formation?" she asked, and a few guards raised their hands. "Take complete control of it and prepare to move it back home." After giving the order, Wang Ju continued to overview this operation. This operation did not occur only in the Central Commerce world. Across all 1,000 world communities that the Commerce Hub controlled, countless sects were now being infiltrated and replaced by Fate Shadow Guard members. This plan was nothing new as it was just a larger-scale operation of the one against Detion sleepers. However, Wang Wei knew he would need a lot of manpower for it to succeed, so he used the Commerce Hub and his soul network ability to expand and gather more members. Wang Ju continued her oversight of this operation. She would receive information from across the lower dimension through the soul network. She would respond based on the situation. In some cases, she had to travel to some worlds to ensure nothing went wrong. Wang Wei smiled as he watched things proceed smoothly. It would be easy for him to destroy all the Commerce Hub's forces and rulers, but what then? How can he control such a large-scale enterprise as swiftly as possible without any problem? He could not. So, he opted for a simple method: take control of them from the inside. That way, he can preserve most of their foundations and he can reduce resistance to his takeover. However, such a plan had its problem: the massive military power of the hub. Wang Wei knew how much he would have suffered had he opted for a direct confrontation where he was the aggressor and the enemy was on the defensive. The current battle was already tragic, but it would have been worse, unless he used his overwhelming power but did not want to do that. So, he chose another method. He started this war to lure them to disperse most of their forces and leave their backs unprotected so that he could infiltrate and do as he pleases. One objective is completed, and now for the second, thought Wang Wei. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1123 Death World. After Wang Wei's departure, Su Shi rushed to the Star World Beast World community, even making a show entrance. She headed directly to Ji Lanfang's prison to free him, almost killing the Void Mirror Emperor. Then, the two began a mindless slaughter. Not long after their actions, news about the Fate Shadow Guards' actions was transmitted to the battlefield, shocking many people. All the surviving powerhouses had one thought: they must return home to protect their lineage or foundation. As such, these people began to rush out of the battlefield, making everything chaotic. Deng Chang tried to control the situation, but it was pointless. These people cared more about their homeworld than this battlefield, especially since a majority of them were more allies of commerce than direct subordinates. Tai Gang and the War Room would not miss such an opportunity and ordered the few remaining troops to counterattack. The powerhouses on Wang Wei's side went on a field day as they began to massacre those retreating people with low morale. Commerce Hub Headquarters. Wang Wei calmly watched everything proceeding, his eyes focusing on a specific group of people. They were the first to receive the news and quickly retreated as they sensed the plot behind this war. It's time, thought Wang Wei, who no longer hesitated before swallowing an illusory pill, temporarily reaching the strength of an Empyrean. Then, he started to follow the people of the corpse-selling sect. The process was as easy as he anticipated. These people scattered in different directions, each headed to the real headquarters. Moreover, each of these decoys was located in different world communities, in extreme places, in well-hidden dimensions, and there were so many identification methods that made the security level a nightmare. Wang Wei was almost discovered a few times since he had to use his divination when he lost the main trail, and the corpse-selling sect had terrifying anti-divination abilities that used the power of death. However, the one mistake these people, or their founder, Death Reverence, could not account for was human error. No matter how good of a job Death Reverence did to hide the real foundation of his sect, it would not change the fact that humans were using them, and as we all know, humans are flawed. Wang Wei used this concept to his advantage. He was patient and chose his move carefully. His actions were then rewarded. During this chase, he found most of the hidden layers of the corpse-selling sect before finding the real one. "What is this?" muttered Wang Wei, his eyes concentrated. His eyes discovered a well-hidden dimension, and after finding it, saying he was shocked to his core would be an understatement. The dimension was vast and definitely bigger than the entire lower dimension. Wang Wei was not too sure because he knew he would immediately be detected if he entered. Worst, I might be killed. His sense of danger was going overdrive, so he did not dare rush in. Could it be that Death Reverence would show up if I venture inside and destroy this place? No, Death Reverence was still in limbo, and even if he were already resurrected, true heavenly Tao would never allow for his interference. Even if we achieved half-step transcendence, Mithraea and supreme unity would never allow him to interfere in this place. This could only mean the source of the danger was something else, most likely the terrifying amount of death energy in that world. The corpse-selling sect must have gathered this energy from wars and conflicts across the entire lower dimensions for countless eras before condensing them in this world. Why do they need such a vast amount? Is it really because of their cult-like worship of death? Wang Wei did not believe this for a second. His intuition was telling him that something more sinister was at play here. The death chi might be the key to the death ceremony. Hong'er said they've left protection against the ceremony, but are things so simple? She also said that Death Reverence knew methods that could push the limits or boundaries of true heavenly Tao. What if he found a way around that formation? Although this theory leaned on the lower end statistically, the fact that it was not completely zero was a problem in itself. No, the probability of that occurring is not as low as I imagined if I take into account that he benefited in some ways from the ultimate taboo, thought Wang Wei, pushing his brain to the limit for his analysis. Assuming Death Reverence took a step into transcendence or got some benefits, it's entirely possible for him to find a way around the protection left by the Paragons. Now that the upper dimension is weak, who knows if anyone is keeping watch of these methods, and that's assuming these parasites did not destroy them, continued Wang Wei. The last piece of this puzzle is Mithraea and Supreme Unity. Logically speaking, they would not allow such a thing to occur, But why have they not dealt with this death world knowing the implications behind its existence? Supreme Unity is the last person who would want the Eternal Ascension world destroyed, so it made sense for him to remove such an obvious threat or unwelcome variables. Mithraea must be the one who stopped him, but why? Could it be that she's really a three-faced individual who's pretending that she did something wrong but was good, but that's just the first two layers of her facade, and deep down, she was truly evil? Wang Wei shook his head to remove his bias and untrustworthiness toward her and think more logically. The most likely scenario is they did not get rid of this world to lure death reverence, or there is something valuable inside this death world, so they've been balancing each other, preventing the others from getting their hands on it. Wang Wei looked at this death world, deep in thought. If he only wanted to destroy the corpse-selling sect because of his greed for their chi luck, now, he wanted to do so because they posed a far greater threat to the Eternal Ascension world and, more importantly, the lower dimension where his friends and sect is located. So, he must get rid of them no matter what, even if it means ruining the two sons' plan to lure death reverence. Now is not the time. He must wait until he archives true Empyrean strength to ensure no issue. By then, even if death reverence tries to stop him, his methods will be limited as he will have to deal with the sons and true heavenly Tao. Wang Wei silently teleported away back to the headquarters. The war was about to be settled, but his mind was not focused on that as of yet. Sir Chintong, can we have a word, uttered Wang Wei, then Chintong appeared before him. You saw it? I did, nodded Wang Wei. Can you tell me what you know? I don't know much, replied Chintong. After my death, I came to the lower dimension, which was a safer place, to gather luck and merit to revive myself. I noticed the death world and investigated, but it was nothing but a world full of death chi. Wang Wei frowned. Are you saying I'm overthinking and that thing is just a normal world full of death energy? No, you're not, replied Chintong. After the ultimate taboo, I suddenly had the idea to investigate and did so. Chintong paused. Well, I know I detected something in that world, but I don't know what it is. You don't know? As in your knowledge could not identify it or? My memories were wiped out, Chintong explained. That is odd. These words reinforced his thought that death reverence changed or improved after the ultimate taboo. But is death reverence so capable? I assumed you were a peak paragon, even if not boundless. But he can so easily wipe your memory. No, the process was weird, and definitely not only because his strength surpasses mine. You have a point, nodded Wang Wei, who did not completely buy Chintong's explanation as the latter might be adding stuff to make him look better and protect his pride. Well, thank you for answering my question. Are you going to destroy it? That's the plan, nodded Wang Wei. You should be more careful. Although I've only met Death Reverence twice, he always gave me the creeps. I will, nodded Wang Wei, his eyes focused as he watched Chintong disappear. This man is not simple. From what he knew and deduced, people in limbo should not be able to interact so easily and freely with the world of the living. Meanwhile, Chintong acted as if he was a projection of a genuine body instead of an existence between life and death. Sect Master, said Wang Ju, who appeared in the room. How was the operation? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1124 Perfect Future. The operation succeeded in over 900 world communities, reported Wang Ju. And the remaining 100? Things didn't go as planned. Tian Wenyan's doing. Yes, nodded Wang Ju. He acted swiftly and created a correlation of the remaining world communities, holding on to their last breath. I figured they were weak enough, and there was no need to focus too much on them now. That's a good call, but keep an eye on him if he tries to get allies from the world communities not influenced by this war. Although this war was massive, it only affected a third of the lower dimension, leaving more than 2,000 world communities untouched. I've already assigned people for this task. Wang Wei nodded. How are the lower dimensions of these captured world communities doing? Due to lack of population, we could only infiltrate the truly valuable worlds, the ones that produce rare resources for the commerce hub, explained Wang Ju. Once everything is settled, we can focus on expansion in these places. Your expansion should not only be those places but the entire lower dimensions, said Wang Wei. You must have eyes in every corner of this place and also have a large pool to recruit people. Wang Ju's eyes squinted as she felt this expansion did not seem like it was simply because her master wanted a large information-gathering agency. The Commerce Hub is, without a doubt, the greatest power in the lower dimension, and after their defeat, no one will truly be able to resist her master's advancement. In other words, the role of their Fate Shadow Guards should have been diminished, becoming the eye of the Tao opening sect to maintain their powers and ensure the longevity of the Heavenly Emperor era. But now, she was smelling something different. You'll know when the times are correct, said Wang Wei calmly. I understand. Anything else? This is for you. Wang Ju offered a group of talismans. Those are the identity tokens of the commerce rulers. They should allow you to control the headquarters as soon as possible. These people would never allow the president absolute control of the headquarters, so they had long divided his power and created protocols to restrict him when needed. Excellent, Wang Wei praised with a genuine smile on his face. Lastly, what should I do with the Fist Saint Emperor? Once Wang Wei controls the headquarters, his immortality will be gone. Try to make him into one of our own. If that fails, search his soul for information before turning him into resources. As you wish. Anything else? No. Wang Wei dismissed her, so she disappeared. He then activated the talismans, so they floated in the air in a circular position. They rotated until they turned into light before fusing on the ground. Wang Wei immediately smiled as he sensed the connection with this enormous continent. The right person can indeed use strength on par with the limit of tenfold if they can bear this power, he thought as he finished placing his imprint on the formation to ensure absolute control. Once that was a success, he pointed into the sky to manifest numerous karmic threads connected to the continent. Wang Wei cut most of the threads. From then on, no one knew that the Commerce Hub's headquarters used to be a powerful weapon, except for someone like Qin Tong. Beside him, everyone who knew had their memories wiped out. Wang Wei's next step was to move the headquarters continent with a new one and shrink the original Void Beast one until it was as small as a toy on his palm. You will be the headquarters of the Hell Court, Wang Wei declared. He did not point to leaving the continent and all its power for the Myriad Emperor world or the Tao opening sect but for the Hell Court. These people need to be seen as a real threat to his era for his plan to work, or true heavenly Tao will immediately see them as hopeless and choose someone else as the balance mechanism for this era once the time arrives. So, he opted to give them a powerful weapon/headquarters. I know my actions will bite me back in the future, but it's the best choice for now, muttered Wang Wei before sending an invitation through the dream world to summon all his allies during this war. It was time to wrap things and deal with the aftermath. The meeting room was different from the typical court sessions. Wang Wei still sat on his throne on the front, but he was not alone. He created numerous thrones on his left and right for the others to sit on. He chose this decor as a sign of respect for his allies. People like Ji Lanfang and Wrath were technically equal to him and his peers as Heavenly Emperor, so it would be disrespectful for them to stand like courtiers, even though Wang Wei knew they would not mind or dare say anything. He even created thrones for his courtier to show respect, so all eternal powerhouses, even immortal sovereigns, had a seat. However, the other immortals and mortals had to stand as usual. It did not take long for everyone to show up. Wang Wei did not reserve seats or put people's names. It was a who comes, first serve situation. Soon, everyone showed up for the meeting, including Wrath, who Wang Wei had been adamant before about not being seen with her public. He had a change of heart because he recently saw a perfect future, or a future with the highest probability of happening. In that future, the people responsible for the destruction of his era used his connection with the demon race to rally allies. They did so despite having no proof, and the fact that the Neo-Devil race has been integrated into many worlds and communities, and they've had a positive image. The interesting thing about this perfect future is that one of the leaders of the Hell Court will be responsible for ending the Heavenly Emperor era. In other words, Wang Wei's own creation will indeed expand the era way past its expiration date, but it will also lead to its destruction. After knowing this truth, Wang Wei decided it was pointless to try to hide his relationship with Wrath. Better yet, his actions now can ensure that the Myriad Emperor world has a strong ally like the Neo-Devil during the rise of the Hell Court. As for the perfect future, it was not absolute. True Heavenly Tao cannot plan the downfall of his era as long as he can achieve half-step transcendence before that period. Wrath glanced at Wang Wei, wondering why he decided to meet so publicly. However, she did not ask, as she guessed he must have his reasons. She did not think it would be a mistake, as every move this man made was calculated. The meeting room was quiet as everyone waited for things to start. However, as soon as Yi Dafu appeared, he broke the quiet. "Wang Wei boy, I like your seating arrangement." Wang Wei rolled his eyes. "But can you make a seat for my new wife?" "No." "Why not?" "She may have garnered your trust but not mine." Yi Dafu sighed before slumping on his chair. "I don't like it when you're like this." "Welcome, everyone," said Wang Wei, ignoring the monkey. "Before we start everything, I would like to thank you for trusting me, even going as far as putting your lives on the line. I'm grateful beyond words can explain." Wang Wei paused for less than 2 seconds before continuing. He did not want to give these people time to think whether his words were genuine or not. Ultimately, it did not matter, especially since most of them did it not out of trust but fear. "We've suffered, and now, it's time to reap the benefits of our trials and tribulations." Wang Wei raised his hand to manifest a holographic map of the lower dimension. Currently, close to a third of the lower dimension is drastically weakened, and many worlds are without an emperor or protector. This is our chance. We use this power vacuum to expand, conquer, and spread our influences. The people looked at this map with great concentration. Many people had to use their willpower not to salivate. "I have already organized a charter with the territory. You will be responsible for this expansion and your benefits," continued Wang Wei as he snapped his finger to send the information to everyone. The charter also contains the rules and restrictions for this expansion, the most prominent being that more resources can be plundered from these worlds as punishment for their actions, but mindless killing for vengeance and hatred is not allowed. Do you have any questions or comments? "I have one," said Su Shi. "We lost more than 90% of our troops, so we do not have the means for a military exploit at the moment." "Didn't you plan to revive our fallen people?" asked Wang Wei. "Do so. Don't stop at our people. Revive the enemy's soldiers into undead or turn their dead bodies into puppets. Use summoning techniques for more troops, and you can also access a few of the commerce's resources to help in the revival. Let the mortal civilization be responsible for the smaller 1,000 worlds and the mortal worlds." Wang Wei suddenly paused as he thought of something. "Don't use any undead techniques that involve the soul. We don't want to upset Samsara." "Very well," nodded Su Shi. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1125 Sibling. "You can be in charge of this task," said Wang Wei. "Anything else?" "Your Majesty, I have a request," said Feng Heng, sitting 2 seats to the right. "I'm listening." "Would you please change my charter so I have complete control over the ancient spirit realm?" Wang Wei did not immediately give an answer. He understood why Feng Heng wanted this change, as he wanted to ensure Tantric Buddhism had no problems and that the presence of other people in that world could cause trouble. However, no one liked the idea of one person having absolute control over one world, even if their benefits would actually not be affected. "I'll allow it," said Wang Wei. "But only Tantric Buddhism is allowed to spread in the lower realm of that community." "That's fair." Feng Heng did not mind too much. Once he places the necessary restrictions, Tantric Buddhism is as much part of Buddhism as the other branches like Zen, Pure Land, or Tao Zen Buddhism. "Anyone else?" "I have something." Wang Wei looked at the monkey. "I heard your world has been reverted to innate." "That's right." "Can you sell me the method?" "The innate chi environment is not on the list of things to export, but if you give me your bloodline development method, I'll sell it to you." "Forget it," replied Yi Dafu. "If he works harder, he might create a solution himself with the help of these old men back home. In the worst-case scenario, he'll just officially travel to the Myriad Emperor world to cultivate." He guessed that bastard Wang Wei would charge him for any extended stay, but it would still be cheaper than buying that method. Wang Wei shrugged. The meeting continued, and the majority of it was dividing the initial benefits. People had to use their military points to increase their strength or the overall foundations of their lineage. Wang Wei bought the few preserved immortal sovereign bodies. Once that was finished, the Eternal Emperors had a short discussion before everyone left. Su Shi wanted to chat with Wang Wei, so they too stayed. This was a perfect opportunity for a Dao discussion. "Now is not the right time," replied Wang Wei. His cultivation has remained stagnant by choice, so a Dao discussion would be mostly wasted. However, after he archives the taboo battle realm and will have no issue increasing his cultivation, it will be the perfect time for it. "The next time we do it, there will be more people, and the effect will be better," Wang Wei reassured her. "If you say so." Wang Wei disconnected from the dream world. He had a lot of things to do, but he also sensed that his time in the lower dimension was not long. His next destination was the battle spirit world, the Spirit Genesis sect, to be precise. Wang Wei easily bypassed the formation protecting the sect since Emperor Jia was nothing but his slave. He looked at this once most powerful sect, and his senses could not detect the slightest sign of life. That's right, not a single person was alive. Emperor Jia's objective in activating the sect's protective formation was to ensure no one escaped. He even summoned the few people outside the sect during the war to eliminate them. "Here you are," said Emperor Jia, handing him a space ring with all the resources of the Spirit Genesis sect, including their emperor artifacts, archives, and secret realms that served as their foundation. After absorbing the foundation of such a powerful faction, the Dao opening sect will take another leap in strength. They only need to modify some of these resources to fit the origin system or the Myriad Emperor world. "Thanks." Emperor Jia nodded before slowly dissipating. It was for good this time. He had already destroyed his own vault, and now, Wang Wei placed the final nail in the coffin by erasing him from history. From now on, only a few people remember the name Emperor Jia. Wang Wei took one last glance at the Spirit Genesis sect, and with a thought, the magnificent buildings turned into sand and dissipated into the wind. The formation remained, preventing anyone from knowing what had happened here. Then, he teleported to a distant mountain, waiting for someone. "Your Majesty," said a deep voice while bowing deeply. "Gao Buqin, I promised you an opportunity to prove the Tao, and I won't go on my word. A group of people will ascend to the upper dimension with you in a little while. I assume Desolate One told you about the price to pay." "He did, and I don't mind." "Good." Wang Wei waved his hand to give him a token, and Gao Buqin bowed before teleporting away. Wang Wei took one last look at this place, his gaze momentarily stopping at that old man who wanted to cultivate Fate Dao. Then, he returned home, where his family had already prepared a small feast. He sent the space ring to Origin 1 to deal with things. "Come. The food is ready," said Yu Yan, and Wang Wei walked in with a smile and immediately started eating. "Boy, Did you see my fight? Asked Wang Chang. I did. I didn't, added Wang Tian. Me too. You should have been there. I punched him. As always, Wang Wei felt a peaceful atmosphere enveloping his body and mind whenever he had these quiet moments with his family. Are you listening to me? Huh? Sorry, I was a little distracted. What did you say? I said, I think I'm ready to fight Yang Kai. What do you think? It should not be an issue, said Wang Wei. The Nine Sons Emperor only proved the Tao 3 generations ago, and even with the time acceleration of the upper dimension in the previous 2 generations, his strength should not have improved much. However, I recommend you enter seclusion one last time to absorb the experience of this war. That's what I was thinking, nodded Wang Chang. Wang Wei was about to nod when he sensed something and looked in the distance. What happened? Asked Wang Tian. Chu Luo ascended. Chu Luo. The one that was your competitor during Gu Xian's trial. Yes. Wang Wei explained the situation to them. Such a filial child, sighed Yu Yan. Why do I feel your words contain some hidden meanings? Asked Wang Wei. You've overthinking things, as usual, replied Yu Yan, giving him a side eye. Are you really insinuating I'm not filial? Is there a son more filial than me between heaven and earth? Wang Wei felt offended. No, he felt hurt. If you were so filial, you would give me grandkids by now, sneered Yu Yan. Here we go again. I thought we had this conversation already and came to an understanding. What conversation? You and Hunger decided, and we had no say in the matter. Wang Wei was genuinely speechless. Who knew his mother was boggling so much resentment? She fooled him, as he thought they were all right on this front for hundreds of thousands of years. Why don't you say something? Said Wang Wei, looking at his father with scrutinizing eyes. What do you want me to say? Asked Wang Tian while shrugging. I'm on your mother's side. I want grandkids, preferably one that can inherit my swordsmanship path. Grandpa? Asked Wang Wei, grasping at the last straw. Sorry, grandson, added Wang Chang while caressing his white beard. I also want a great-grandson. You're no longer small and cute, so I want someone I can dote on. Is this what my father felt like when the whole family ganged up on him? Thought Wang Wei. I don't like this feeling at all. So, he counterattacked. Instead of focusing on me, why not focus on yourselves? What happened to the siblings you guys were going to give me? We're too old for that kind of thing, rebutted Yu Yan. Plus, do you think I want to bring a child into this world knowing he will live under your halo? I don't want such a fate for my worst enemy. Your mother has a point. If we were to give you a sibling, no matter how good of a job we do to raise him, he would never live up to the world's expectation, just cause he's your sibling, nodded Wang Tian. That's a terrible excuse. As long as we love him and don't put these expectations on them, they should be fine, replied Wang Wei. Plus, we don't know for sure if they would not live up to the expectations. Yu Yan rolled her eyes. The only way for such a child to live normally in this world is we keep him immortal his whole life, raise him in another chaos world, or isolate him from the outside world completely. I don't want to do any of that. So, you're never going to have another child because of this. Maybe in the far distant future, when you're only a myth or legend known only in books, we might try again. But for now, that's no longer on the table, explained Yu Yan. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1126, Existence Ceremony. The family dinner lasted a few days before everyone scattered. Yu Yan returned to her semi-hibernation state to wait for the next generation. Wang Tian continued his 9-extremity foundation in the swordsmanship world, and Wang Chang entered a cultivation retreat for his battle against 9 sons. Wang Wei was about to return to the court when Sword One asked to see him, so he summoned it. "Are you all right?" he asked after seeing her pale face. "I'm fine. I already took a pill and should be fine after a few months," she explained. "That's good. What do you want to see me for?" "I wanted to ask whether you had any new tasks for me." She used to be in charge of the Commerce Hub and worked closely with Wang Ju, but now, this line of work did not need her since they now had absolute control over the hub. "There is no need. You should rest and recuperate." "I'm fine. I haven't felt so filled with life, ambition, and purpose in a long time. So, I don't want to rest." "I see." Wang Wei always assumed she was the kind of cool, collected, and inactive like Origin One, but it seemed she had a fire inside of her. However, it made sense, given she's a swordsman. "Let me think. How about you accompany the steward as he tries to expand our alliance beyond the non-commerce world communities? Certain things might be easy if he has someone of your strength by his side." "Great," said Origin One with a twinkle in her eyes. She bowed before disappearing. Wang Wei did not immediately leave as he remembered his favorite ancestors and went to see him. After chatting and drinking with Wuqing for a day, he returned to the court, where, to his surprise, Wang Ju awaited him. "Did something happen?" "Yes. Our people caught one of the traitors." "Oh. Just like what happened to you, a terrifying restriction activated, despite our effort to be careful. We lost a few capable people." "Did you try to revive them?" "We tried, but it was useless. Sorry for my blunt words, but I don't think even you can revive them. These restrictions were likely created to target you personally." "It's fine," Wang Wei said calmly. "You would not come here if this was the only news." "What else happened?" Wang Ju showed him an orb, which was condensed from her power, with a piece of paper encased inside. One of the spies released this piece of paper after evaporating. Wang Wei held the orb as he used all his detection abilities. He found nothing. So, either this paper is safe, or the power inside is beyond his ability. "You can leave. Sect Master." "Don't worry." Wang Ju bowed before disappearing. Wang Wei activated the quartz formation, preparing to run away with the slightest anomaly. Only did he read the paper's content. "Dear Chosen One, I'm writing this message to tell you that none of the actions of these people are related to me in any way or form. I only sent my people to the lower dimension because they pressured me. I know you're destined to end this era, and I have no problem with that. I hope we can meet someday to drink and converse under the moonlight. If that is not appealing to you, or if you cannot accept my apology, I'm happy to stay far away from you." From Disaster Paragon, Wang Wei was speechless. This Disaster Paragon is a character. That's the only way he could describe the latter. The spies descended to the lower dimension in the early stages of this generation. So, assuming he did not send these notes before true heavenly Tao closed the lower dimension since he would not know, he had this method prepared in advance in case something went wrong. This level of carefulness and preparedness truly made Wang Wei speechless. This also shows that this man is quite intelligent despite his cowardly presence and is also bold. Very few people know of the existence of the eighth moon, yet Disaster Paragon assumed or deduced whoever fate chose to bear the destiny to end his era would have discovered the truth. Wang Wei updated the character profile he had on this man before burning the paper. He then sent new nutrients to the Genesis fruit before entering seclusion. With access to the Commerce Hub's resources, he will have no issue tempering his body for a while, but his main priority is the existence ceremony. The process took 20,000 years, on the outside, but he finally finished. He quickly checked outside, and the expansion was going smoothly. They've already conquered more than 100 world communities and are still going strong. In this short period, Wang Wei had gathered too much merit, incense, dream power, and spiritual energy, but that was still the tip of the iceberg, as these new worlds did not have the proper time to ferment. Wang Wei focused on the magic circle in the middle of the room that was releasing a strange aura. Let's begin. As he sat in the middle and closed his eyes, a few characters floated from the circle, the most powerful sect. A wind with a strange aura blew from the Spirit Genesis sect before materializing in the cultivation room. Wang Wei's spirit flew to an unknown black and white space with countless runes. Heavenly Dao's records, he thought. This place contained all knowledge and truths of the eternal ascension world. Wang Wei did not waste time as he quickly latched to a rune that translated, Heavenly Emperor Era. As his spirit left an imprint on the rune, his body and soul dissipated. He did not die but entered a state where he was his existence. He now had many forms, his memories, his name, his history, and his karmic impact on others were now all part of himself. Then, Wang Wei felt his existence started to elevate as it fused with the Heavenly Emperor Era rune. His mind trembled before he found himself in an infinite room with countless white silhouettes and no faces or genders. Everything proceeded as he expected except for this event. So, Wang Wei focused on analyzing the situation. Are these the physical manifestation of all the infinite possibilities of the Heavenly Emperor Era? He understood the situation. Since he wanted his existence to include an entire era that spread across the lower dimension, he must bear that era's weight. In other words, he must confront the manifestation of every emperors born in that era, every action they make, every karma thread connected to them or a result of their actions, and finally, he must bear the weight of every single event that occurred in that era, including something as insignificant as someone kicking a rock or an animal touching a grass as they walk to their destination. I understand. Just like the saying, you must bear the crown's weight. In my case, I must bear the weight of my era's history if I want it to be a part of me. Well, bring it on. The nature of this battle was spiritual and willpower, which is one of his greatest assets. So, he rushed to these figures and fought them non-stop. The battles themselves were nothing significant to Wang Wei, but the duration of the fight was a nightmare. He had to confront every single possibility of his era, meaning every single event that will occur in the Heavenly Emperor Era across all 3,800 Heavenworld communities, which are composed of billions of worlds and an infinite number of people making an infinite number of decisions. The battle felt endless, especially since he seemed to notice how much time had passed. Wang Wei did not know whether this was part of the process or whether his brain was doing so as a way to distract somewhat from this endless fight and prevent him from going mad, but he noticed. If not for his unwavering willpower, he would have given up. But even with such iron will, his spirit had reached its limit after he felt he had fought for at least 10,000 yuan epochs. But even then, he did not stop despite his spirit giving up after 10,000 yuan epochs. The battle did not end until after exactly 103.4 million yuan epochs. In other words, he relied purely on his willpower to continue the fight until he defeated the last possibility in this strange realm. Wang Wei's spirit sat on the ground, breathing harder than a tired dog. He wanted nothing more in this world than to sleep for a few millennia, if not more. Sadly for him, this was not over. A single eye appeared in that space, and his face contorted. True Heavenly Tao. True Heavenly Tao did not waste time with him and immediately acted. It did not even care that he was its chosen era son. Wang Wei felt a pressure on his spirit that made him feel like a mortal tasked with holding up the heavens, and he had to rely on his will to do so. Damn it, he cursed as he gritted his teeth to resist. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1127 Higher Existence. I'm getting tired of facing you, complained Wang Wei as he sensed his spiritual body rapidly collapsing. However, he felt he had to say his piece. He grunted before bracing himself to resist the pressure. This time around, he did not know how long had passed, but with every waking minute, his spirit weakened. Wang Wei was sweating immensely, and his eyes were blurred. "I'm on the verge of passing out," he thought, but even pondering such a small sentence aggravated the situation. So, he had to empty his mind to focus slowly on resisting. After what felt like an eternity, Wang Wei suddenly felt he could breathe. His legs wobbled as if an immense strength had been lifted, but it was so sudden that he had not adapted yet. His body, or spirit, took deep breaths to calm down and gather strength. However, the sense of weakness was simply overwhelming, and for some reason, Wang Wei felt an intense need to throw up. "That's a sensation I haven't felt in a couple of million years," he thought, but once again, he was so weak that even thinking made his head hurt. Wang Wei regulated his breathing to ensure his spirit recovered as swiftly as possible while he watched that colossal eye dissipate. If he were not so weak, he would have given it a piece of his mind or, at the very least, give him the middle finger. For fuck's sake, this is not over. He ignored the terrible migraine as he watched a bridge appear before him. According to his calculation, he predicted there would be resistance from heavenly Tao as he tried this ceremony. Still, he did not expect an entire trial prepared for this occasion and one so well prepared. So now, Wang Wei had to ponder whether someone had already walked a similar path, hence the well-created trial. Or, true heavenly Tao reacted swiftly and organized this trial based on what he was trying to do. "I'm getting tired of these high-level entities regulating every aspect of the universe," Wang Wei complained before slowly walking to that bridge. A faceless and genderless spirit similar to the first trial appeared and rushed toward him as soon as he took the first step. Another fight. Wang Wei immediately took a fighting pose despite being in the worst possible shape for any combat. He might currently be weaker than a drunkard who hadn't eaten for 2 weeks, had a debilitating disease in which their organs were failing, and was heavily injured from falling 10 stories high, but he would still fight until his body and mind collapsed. Luckily, he did not have to fight, at least not in the physical sense. The spirit did not attack him but entered his body. Wang Wei immediately senses a black spot on his spiritual body. "Ha! What's this?" Normally, he could deduce this kind of thing instantly, but his mind was not in the best state. Soon, a second spirit entered his body, and something clicked in Wang Wei's mind. Assimilation, he concluded. If the first test was me resisting the strength of this era, this one is about resisting its assimilation. No, not resist per se. My goal is to assimilate my existence into the Heavenly Emperor era, but while I can assimilate it, it can do the same to me. He immediately understood the severity of the situation. If he fails the assimilation, not only will his plan fail, but he will die in some way or form as his existence is instead assimilated. I will probably lose my physical body and soul, existing in another form similar to those people in limbo. That's unacceptable. He began to resist these spirits' assimilation while trying to assimilate them. However, the process was not as easy as he expected because the most important aspect of this battle was not his use of spirit or his willpower but his understanding and control of existence. Wang Wei had to apply everything he knew, existence, from Madman Chu as he slowly walked through that bridge and assimilated all these spirits, which were the physical manifestation of every possibility of the Heavenly Emperor era. After another eternity, Wang Wei passed through the bridge, but he was truly about to pass out. He had reached his limit even for someone of his willpower, and the world was about to become dark any second now. Then, he sensed a mysterious power that rapidly recuperated his spirit. His eyes opened in the court, and he was still sitting cross-legged inside the magic circle. What happened? Wang Wei looked around in confusion for a few seconds before gaining complete mental acuity. His terrifying brain processing speed returned, and he immediately realized many things, including that less than a minute had passed despite spending heaven knows how long in that spiritual place. The second thing he noticed was the drastic increase in one of his soul dub Dao. It increased from 7% Grand Dao Source to 30% Grand Dao Source, almost as good as his Fate Dao. It makes sense given the relationship between the spirit and the soul, thought Wang Wei. The third thing he noticed was that his willpower had increased greatly, which is something that usually occurs after some of his flesh tribulations. This is, muttered Wang Wei as he truly sensed the major changes to his body. His existence, which previously contained body/soul/spirit, memories, name, history/impact, now also contained the Heavenly Emperor era. Wang Wei's eyes squinted while he smiled. He could see so many new karma threads connected to him, many of which were illusory as they represented future events and possibilities of his era. I can already see how much of a nightmare it will be to try to erase me, he smirked. And the longer the era lasts, the more impactful it is, the harder it is to kill me. From now on, whoever tries to kill him will have to erase an entire era in the lower dimension. Although such a thing is nothing to half-transcendent beings, to paragons, it's a difficult task that requires time and effort, and even then, they might not succeed due to the strict nature of true heavenly Tao on the lower dimension. I'm so glad I created the karma unbound physique, thought Wang Wei. One downside to this method is the sheer karmic threads connected to him. For any master of karma Tao, such a thing is a flaw. Luckily, Wang Wei is a master of karma Tao, and he cultivated the karma unbound physique. Another good news is I've understood another portion of true self, so the path of everlasting should be easier and faster. His bright smile deepened. There are no greater pleasures or satisfactions than accomplishing major dreams or goals. He exhaled to calm down. I wonder if father and mother could use this ceremony, thought Wang Wei. There is no way they could pass that test, but if they assimilated their existence to something less influential than an entire era, let's say, the ultimate sword path for father, the test's difficulty might be reduced. Wang Wei began to calculate the possibility of this happening. He concluded that his mother and father should have no problem passing the first and third tests as long as they prepared, trained, and had a deep enough understanding of Madman Chu's inheritance, so the real issue is the second test. I really cannot predict how they would fare against true heavenly Tao. And, even if they do, could they pass the third test after being spiritually drained from the second test? He summoned a throne inside his cultivation room to hunch down. He felt this position would help him think better. The core issue is their willpower. It would be best if I could train their willpower to reach beyond their current strength and realm. But how do I allow them to achieve that? I could recreate my experience in the void as a training secret realm, but my willpower would not reach that level without my soul reaching the paragon level. So, would I need to find materials to raise their souls to the Empyrean tier? Wang Wei shook his head to remove this idea. The lower dimension did not have enough resources to raise 2 Empyreans, especially since the majority of the resources are needed for him to cultivate and temper his body. I need to think outside the box. Maybe I can condense something like willpower orbs from my own willpower to aid them. Even if I lose some willpower to aid them, it's still a small quantity, and I can make it up later. The plan had an initial outline. He'll develop methods to temper willpower for his parents while leaving willpower orbs to aid them in achieving a willpower on par with Empyreans. Then, they can try the existence ceremony. Then, it's decided. Wang Wei knew his parents would definitely participate in the war in the upper dimension even if true heavenly Tao returned the accelerated speed after he left. After all, they are ascending after the next generation. So, this ceremony is a way to ensure their safety. Bang! The world around Wang Wei suddenly trembled. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1128 Madman, What's Going On? Wang Wei did not detect anything when this sudden change occurred. The worst part is that his intuition was not warning him of any danger, which could be a good thing or a terrible situation in which he's encountering an event in which his abilities are useless. He immediately scanned his surroundings and found no enemy, but he sensed an anomaly in this room's space. He was on high alert as he activated the quartz formation to prepare for whatever was coming. The space broke apart but quickly healed. In this brief moment, Wang Wei sensed an odd aura on the other side of that space crack. Someone is coming. His question was immediately answered as he heard a loud voice. Damn it, why is this place blocked? How annoying. The voice was obviously male, slightly grave, with a hint of echo. Kazuk Minik Dodi. The man said a few words that seemed nonsense to the regular listeners. Still, Wang Wei noticed that he pronounced them in a very specific manner, to the point that he perfectly controlled the vibration, frequency, and wavelengths of his vocal cords. A weird aura emanated from the void, and a portal slowly materialized before Wang Wei. A middle-aged man with a regular-looking black robe, tired eyes, and a head of back hair held by one string but a black and white goatee walked out from the portal. Oh, good, it worked. Who are you? Asked Wang Wei. His danger intuition was calm, but that was not a sign for him to relax his guard. You have something that belongs to me. I don't even know you. But you do. If I did, I wouldn't have asked. Unless you're trying to hide from me, said the middle-aged man. Why would I do that? People often run away from me. I don't know why. Well, I do. They usually don't want to repay their debt. I don't know. Wait, are you Madman Chu? See? I said you know me. You could have introduced yourself, and this conversation would have been much smoother, Wang Wei said. Despite knowing the latter's identity, he did not lower his guard. After all, he knew almost nothing about Madman Chu besides his analysis. So, his mind was already deducing how to escape this scenario if something went wrong. Assuming he's really mad, it would mean his spirit has problems. I can use my soul Dao to recreate the trial I just experienced. It should work, or at least give me time to run away by ascending. I didn't introduce myself. Asked Madman Chu, genuinely puzzled. You didn't. But how did you know who I was? Wang Wei grunted, feeling that conversing with this man might give him an aneurysm. Why are you here? Omicron M, like I said, you have something that belongs to me. You're talking about your inheritance. Wang Wei took out the talisman with the information. Why would I want something that I already know? Asked Madman Chu, looking at him as if he was stupid. The corner of Wang Wei's eyes twitched. This was the first time someone had given him such a look, and he was not happy about it. I'm talking about what you did with my work. You mean this ceremony? Yes. I've spread my knowledge across the chaos universe in the hopes that people will innovate and return the favor, but it has been a while since someone did, said Madman Chu with a deep sigh while shaking his head to show his disapproval. How can these people be so stupid? I've already done most of the work for them, so they only need to improve on what I've done. But no. They either used it without any intention of innovating, and when they do, it's something stupid. He looked Wang Wei in the eyes. I hope you didn't do something stupid and make me come here in vain. See for yourself. Wang Wei condensed his ceremony into a talisman before handing it to him. Madman Chu did not hesitate to study the content. Assimilating my existence to an event or cause. Brilliant. I see you combine the work of that boy Heavenly Book with mine. Not bad, not bad. Wang Wei squinted his eyes. He now had confirmation that Heavenly Book Paragon created the Paradox ceremony, and he was his enemy, not the one of the cardinals. I'm very satisfied with this exchange, said Madman Chu with a great smile. The debt between us is settled. Wang Wei immediately felt the tight karmic bond between him and Madman Chu dissipate, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. In fairness, the latter's inheritance was way more valuable than his ceremony, but he still settled the debt because he was satisfied with Wang Wei's work. So, is this the kind of person he is? Thought Wang Wei. Well, goodbye. Madman Chu did not hesitate to turn around to head to his portal. Wait. Is there something else? Can you tell me how you descended in this blocked space? Wang Wei was genuinely curious how he bypassed true heavenly Dao's blockade. Such information is valuable, Madman Chu replied casually. I'll exchange my experience of using the ceremony with you. Such data should help you better understand the ceremony. Madman Chu pondered for a good 10 seconds. Deal. Wang Wei immediately gave him the information, and Madman Chu explained, I used a technique from the rule-breaker race. What race? Wang Wei had never heard of such a creature. At the beginning of the universe, during the age of Genesis, Grand Tao was young and ignorant. So, when ruling the chaos universe, it experimented with different creatures and life forms. The result was that it created too many creatures that were too powerful or had unbalanced abilities, one of which was the rule breakers, a race with the power to ignore the rules, restrictions, limitations, or order disorder of heaven and earth. That is terrifying, commented Wang Wei. If he had such ability, he would turn the entire chaos universe upside down with all his unrestrained ideas. Here I thought fiend gods or chaos demon gods were the darlings of this universe. Compared to the rule breakers or creatures from that age, they are nothing, thought Wang Wei, feeling slightly envious. I'm guessing the fate of these creatures was terrible. That's obvious. These creatures were too powerful, so they had no desire for improvement or innovation, which is bad news for Grand Tao, whose sole purpose was to develop the chaos universe. So, it had wiped out its creation and returned to the drawing board. That means the chaos demon gods were Grand Tao's second attempt at populating the chaos universe. So, what happened to them? That's another question entirely, said Madman Chu, and Wang Wei felt it was a shame he could not pull a fast one over this madman. Is that it? I'm leaving. Any chance you can exchange this technique? Absolutely not. Oh, come on. Let's at least negotiate a price. No. Madman Chu shook his head. All traces of the age of Genesis are almost wiped out, so I went to extreme lengths to get some samples from that era. I doubt you have anything valuable to exchange. How about an idea of achieving half-step transcendence? Idea? Sneered Madman Chu, not hiding his deep disdain. I have hundreds of those. Do you have an actual method? That, I don't. Then, don't waste my time. Madman Chu walked toward his portal. This technique was how he saved his life in many desperate situations, so how stupid would he be to exchange with others for an idea? Even if it were the real method, he would hesitate to exchange, especially if it's one of those shoddy methods with too many restrictions. Wang Wei calmly watched him disappear. He did not make other offers, like knowledge about the prehistoric world. As a former salesman, he knew when someone was not willing to sell or even negotiate about certain products. It's a shame, he thought before opening his mouth to utter, Kazuk Minik Dodi. Nothing happened, so he tried to replicate the exact same frequency and wavelengths as he remembered, but the situation was the same. As expected, it's useless to remember or say the words correctly. This incantation was probably a small portion of that technique, so Madman Chu had no issue revealing it to the public. Forget about him for now. The small conversation brought him a lot of information about the Chaos Universe's history. More importantly, he knew who his enemy was. Now, he could be better prepared. The next focus should be on elevating my Tao body, so I can achieve Taboo Battle Realm, thought Wang Wei. It's also about time grandfather ascended for his battle with 9 sons. Although he was confident in the old man, he was worried not so much about the fight but about the fact that he would stay in the upper dimension for a short period. I hope nothing goes wrong. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., Please let us know and report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1129 E-Commerce. Wang Wei once again checked on the development of the court despite only a few seconds having passed. He couldn't help since he had experienced countless Yuan epics in that test. Nothing had changed, but he also needed to prepare for the next major development. It's still a little early, he thought before retreating. In the past 20,000 years, his strength reached the fourth step of the Dragon Phoenix realm, but his tribulations had only reached 953 since he was so busy with the ceremonies. To prepare for the existent ceremony, he practiced creating the other ceremonies he planned as practice. So, he wasted a lot of time and could not focus too much on cultivation. He activated his time acceleration array and started to cultivate. With each new Tao, his body was destroyed and reconstructed so he could one day claim the title of being indestructible. Wang Wei did not stop until he reached the fifth step in the Dragon Phoenix realm and passed the 1267 tribulation, which is the 1/3 required to open the gate. As expected, a new symbol appeared on his gate of power, and after reaching this threshold, he could sense a subtle change. It was more ancient, nobler, and mystical. I could probably open the gate right now, but my body would explode, thought Wang Wei. Opening the gate without reaching the 10th step will result in absolute death without any chance to resist or opportunity to revive. Wang Wei clenched his fist, feeling the strength coursing through his veins. He now had the strength of a 5-fold battle realm with his flesh alone. However, the scariest part is how terrible his current defense is. Many Daos are simply useless to him. He could just stand before an eternal emperor with any of these Daos and let them attack, which would be useless. The interesting aspect of the true power Dao realm is that it actually affects my existence, he analyzed as he sensed the deeper changes in his body. If my Dao cultivation is adding characteristics of eternal into my existence, then this path is adding indestructible characteristics. However, it seems minor and subtle. We'll most likely have to wait to open the gate for this transformation. Wang Wei slowly walked out of his cultivation room. He sensed the vast faith with people worshipping him from across the lower dimension. If he were walking the path of godhood, or even the soul path, he would truly be a nightmare with how much faith he had gathered. He checked things, and he was immediately satisfied with the result. Another 10,000 years had passed, but the expansion had quickened its pace drastically. They had already conquered over 700 of the commerce hub's territory, leaving only 200 world communities, 300 if you count the people still under President Tian Wenyan's control. Interestingly, this was not the limit of the Heavenly Emperor era. The Steward and Sword One had convinced dozens of worlds outside of the commerce hub's influence to join with them without a fight. The only troubling news Wang Wei received was the fact that the Fate Shadow Guards discovered countless worlds with secret influence from the Abyss Gap, just like the one he found in the East Lotus sect. They've been tasked with eliminating these branches, but after a few successful operations, they became better at hiding themselves. Wang Wei did not waste time as he immediately divined many of these locations, but after less than 10 seconds, an unknown power blocked him. He sent the information to Wang Ju while remaining deep in thought. You guys might be able to remove all detection methods, but you won't be able to remove that subtle aura that heaven and earth reject on a fundamental level, Wang Wei sneered. He believes that because Cthulhu or the old gods originated outside the chaos universe, heaven and earth reject their very nature, that's the source of that subtle aura. So, all he needs to do is track that, and it should be simple since these branches cannot completely hide themselves. Creating a formation or talisman to track that aura should not be an issue, but such a project takes time, and I don't want to focus too much on it. Wang Wei could already tell his time on the lower dimension was not much, both because he would soon achieve all his major goals and ambitions and because true heavenly Tao was beginning to reject his presence. As such, he needed to speed up a few things and did not wish to waste time on such a project. In fact, it was not just him. Most of the Eternals and the Myriad Emperor are beginning to feel the same. Their strengths are approaching the 6-fold limit, meaning they all need to re-establish their foundation if they wish to go higher. They also understand that it would be best to do so in the upper dimension under the protection of powerful elders and, more importantly, far away from Wang Wei in case he suddenly felt like their strength was encroaching on him. He snapped his finger and a projection of Tong Ruobing refining a talisman manifested before him. Wang Wei. Damn it, you can't just summon people like this. What if Mu Lei and I were? Anyway, show some respect and decency fitting to your image and titles. If I wanted to watch you guys, no one would be able to stop or detect it, so don't worry about it, he replied casually, maybe too casually. I didn't know you were this kind of pervert. Tong Ruobing gave him an odd look, her eyes full of scrutiny and judgment. I'm a complex man, so who knows what kind of things I'm into, Wang Wei shrugged, and Tong Ruobing was instantly speechless. The strange thing was that she would not be surprised if this man suddenly developed a habit of voyeurism, and this thought scared her. She removed that horrible idea from her mind. What do you want? I need you to make a talisman to track the unique aura from Abyss Gap blood. What do you need such a thing for? To remove some uncontrollable variables, Wang Wei replied, and he was telling the truth. According to his speculation, it won't be long before achieving Taboo Battle Realm and confronting the Abyss Gap. However, he wanted to remove these branches due to his cautious nature. I see. Unfortunately, I've sealed this thing and decided not to touch it again for a long time. That's fine. Lend it to me, and I'll ask somebody else. Tong Ruobing stared at him. Don't you understand the concept of bargaining? Back and forth. Exchanging benefits. I thought this was your entire motto. She did not expect him to just abandon her like that. And don't you understand the concept of doing someone a favor without asking anything in return just to cultivate interpersonal relationships? You should have a better emotional intelligence than that. Tong Ruobing was speechless for a second time in this brief conversation. Fine, you win, as usual. I'll get it done as soon as possible. She ended the projection without giving any time to respond, making Wang Wei smile. Little girl, you're a few yuan epochs too young to think you can win me in an argument. While in an excellent mood, his gaze was directed toward the Commerce Hub's continent. With a single thought, the continent disappeared, merging with the dream world. Then, every member, both online and not, received a notification. Dear Dream users, there is a new major update. All services previously provided by the Commerce Hub will not be accessible through the Dream World. Thank you for your time. Have a pleasant day. It took some people time to process what this meant, but the wise ones immediately knew and were elated. The Dream World was mainly a form of communication and training. However, regarding resources training and such, the Commerce Hub was still used primarily by all these world communities. People would make deals in the Dream World, but they still needed to reach the Hub's continent or pay for delivering services for whatever resources they needed, unless they were exchanging things like cultivation, techniques, or selling information. Or if their world was directly connected to the Hub, which was not necessarily a good thing after that war. But things would now be different. Resources can be instantly transported across world communities, and the Dream World would serve as a protective intermediary. Additionally, the Dream Coin system was a much better monetary system than the ones the Commerce Hub was previously using, meaning it would become way easier to exchange goods. In conclusion, the lower dimension was about to enter an era of free and easy resource distribution. The golden age of prosperity that people thought had almost reached its pinnacle received another major boost. The next step is the rise of tourism, Wang Wei thought. One of the adverse effects of the war was the subtle hatred between the former Hub's worlds and Wang Wei's side, and he needed more time to appease. As such, allowing these people to use the Dream World to travel to other communities was not a good idea. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1130 The Golden Pawn. Wang Wei looked in the distance. Maybe I can use the abyss gap to my advantage. His plan was simple: use one of those corrupted individuals to become the enemy of the lower dimension. He would create a terrifying and cruel enemy with the goal of forcefully conquering and corrupting the lower dimension. Then, he would swoop in as the savior, making it easier for him to conquer the remaining three-quarters of the endless void. The pros of this plan is I can accelerate the spread of the Heavenly Emperor era, thought Wang Wei. It should also prevent these world communities from banding together to stop my expansion. It should not be possible for a group or an alliance on the scale of the commerce hub to appear again, unless there is a major foreign threat. Sadly, the current major threat of the lower dimension is Wang Wei himself, with his propensity for war and conquest. So, if he doesn't want another major war, it might be in his best interest to create an enemy that could divert these people's attention. The plan is simple and cliché, but it should work, Wang Wei deduced. Now, what are the cons? It did not take him long to think of a major one. True Heavenly Tao would not be pleased with me if I allowed the power of the abyss gap to expand in any way. It might even accelerate its rejection of me if I choose this path. Wang Wei squinted his eyes. In that case, I need someone else for this job unrelated to the abyss gap. The more he thought about this plan, the more satisfied he was, especially since it would allow him to attend the final karmic position, Human Emperor. Although I will not be walking the same path as Yingjing, having all three positions might do me some good. Although he guessed these positions meant nothing until he acquired them in the upper dimension, the ones in the lower dimensions might be keys for the ones in the upper dimension, which should be worth something. Additionally, I can use this opportunity to create an official backstory for the Hell Court. Yes, the first-generation Hell Lord was a survivor of this war who hated me with a passion, so he dedicated his life to ending everything I've accomplished. His plan would kill many birds with one stone, so he proceeded with it. Wang Wei immediately enacted his plan with a devious smile. The first step was to refine the former continent/headquarters of the commerce hub. Whoever Wang Wei chose must pose a genuine threat to the lower dimension. Otherwise, he could not have come in at the last minute to become the hero. So, he needed to provide them with strength or power, but it could not directly be linked to him. With these conditions, he chose the next best thing, the continent. He updated this to make it easier for his chosen pawn to use its power. He did not want them to only temporarily use it like the talisman's Chu Luo. Instead, Wang Wei created an armor that is directly linked to the continent so the pawn can use its power at all times. Once he finished, he looked at the armor in satisfaction before frowning. Power is not everything, so I must prepare in case this idiot is plotted by someone and is exiled into the upper dimension, ruining all my effort. He added one of his spirit particles into the armor, which will not only slowly influence the chosen pawn but also protect him from schemes and plots. Now, to choose a sucker for the job. Wang Wei swiftly scanned the lower dimension, trying to find someone responsible for this great cause. He's perfect but a little too intelligent? That might backfire. He's not strong-willed enough, he's too much of a womanizer, he has too many weaknesses. Wait, is this perhaps fate? He's perfect. His eyes saw a world a long distance away called the God Reverie World, which, interestingly enough, is where the Heaven Abode World's cultivation system originated. The Almighty God who crashed on that world and passed the cultivation system originated from the God Reverie World. Wang Wei took one step to teleport to his destination. He saw a normal world with clear golden skies. The aura of the entire world was calm, peaceful, and holy. The people looked happy and content, everyone walking as if their life had a sense of purpose, guidance, and hope. Clink. Clink. Clinic. A bell rang 3 times, and its sounds reverberated throughout every corner of this realm. Then, every single life, from mortals to cultivators, from demons and sea races to plant life, stopped whatever they were doing to kneel and pray. Glory to the Golden God, the one and only God, the ones who reign supreme, standing above heaven and earth, the one who exists in the past, present, and future, the one and only ruler of life and death. This chant echoed throughout the world, and Wang Wei watched as countless golden threads rushed to the sky. So egotistical, he commented. However, this bastard is both cunning and lucky. The Golden God lived in a great era. This world had just entered a new era, as the previous one ended with a war that killed 90% of the true gods or immortal tier powerhouses in this world. Then, with his supreme talent, he became this generation's heavenly god, great emperor, not a regular one but a prime heavenly god, eternal. Then, he killed or subjugated all the remaining gods under one banner. However, this was not what made him interesting and worthy of Wang Wei's attention. Wang Wei noticed a small golden insect inside every citizen's soul. Faith parasitic insect. As long as he plants it in someone, they will turn into his most devoted worshippers, providing him with faith. On top of everything else, he can also use their brain process power through the insect. In other words, the Golden God can use incense and powerful brain power to cultivate. His cultivation speed should reach the same level as 36 of my future Buddha self. Wang Wei's eyes saw through this world community's lower realm. He already has his eyes on the lower realm. If he can conquer this world community, his strength and cultivation speed will reach another level. Wang Wei's eyes lit up. This man was already ambitious, meaning he wouldn't have to do much to convince or influence him to set his sights on the entire endless void. He will set his fangs on everyone else as long as he has the power. Once he begins his conquest, he will do whatever is necessary to reduce casualties because he needs a large population to inject his parasites. So, once I defeat him, I won't have to worry about the overall population of the endless void due to a massive war. He's truly the perfect candidate. Wang Wei smiled before putting things into motion. He created a secret realm in one of the great thousand worlds that the Golden God was invading to leave the continent and the armor. Afterward, he took a little stroll into the Golden God's heavenly abode. Gold hair, gold eyes, fair skin, and golden armor. If not for certain features, I would have thought this man was white, commented Wang Wei before taking a little stroll into this man's mind to get his emperor scripture. He did not have a true mind-reading ability like Yan Liling, so he had to be careful not to be discovered. However, the vast difference in their spiritual powers and understanding of the soul made the process relatively easy. The only trouble was all the faith did give the Golden God extraordinary senses, so Wang Wei still needed to be careful. True Golden Path. This man truly has the highest ego. Let's just call you, incense parasite scripture. After getting what he wanted, he secretly raided the Golden God's library since he had collected all the techniques of this world before leaving. After returning home, Wang Wei did not immediately enter cultivation to focus on entering the taboo realm. He paid attention to his pawn to ensure nothing unexpected occurred in the early stages. So, while observing, he also read and understood the new technique he received. Things proceeded smoothly at first. Someone discovered the armor and gifted it to the Golden God, and after trying it on, he discovered the unimaginable power it granted him. The Golden God immediately felt he had a sense of purpose and acted without reservation. With his absolute strength close to current Wang Wei, he suppressed all worlds in his community with a wave of his palm before forcefully ensnaring them with the faith parasite. Then, trillions upon trillions of sentient beings across billions of worlds began to worship this man. He smiled brilliantly, but this was not the end. In less than a minute, he did the same thing for the next 10 world communities closest to him, including capturing the emperors of those realms. Damn this idiot, Wang Wei muttered when he realized this bastard was not going to stop. So, he had to influence him to be careful and be more low-key in case he's detected in advance and someone schemes against him. Power truly corrupts, Wang Wei sighed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1131 It can't be, everything was settled, so Wang Wei continued to do his own thing. He entered the science and technology world to prepare for his taboo battle realm. The world had drastically changed since the last time he entered, with most people he knew or interacted with already dead. He had divided this world into dimensional layers, each containing different civilizations with possibilities to evolve and improve. Wang Wei headed to the highest layer where the Watchers, an immortal race that he created tasked with observing and recording all knowledge and development of these civilizations. The Watchers contained a library with all this universe's information, history, and innovation since the beginning of time. Wang Wei had a deep frown as he reviewed the information. He started with the development of Earth, and he was not happy with the result. In many layers, different types of humans eventually become the dominant species. Although statistically, Homo sapiens are more likely to be the final victor, it was not always the case. Then, these species would evolve until they took the stars, spread to the universe, created quantum technology to explore other dimensional layers, and started their path of confronting higher dimensional civilizations. Wang Wei was more than happy with how science and technology developed. His dissatisfaction was with how the other aspect of society evolved. Things like arts, religions, philosophies, and culture were extremely monotonous compared to Earth in the prehistoric world. In fact, how these Earths evolved was so similar in that area that it was uncanny. Truly boring and monotonous, thought Wang Wei after finishing a published book of Civilization Z897. One of his objectives in creating these worlds was to inspire him, and none of these civilizations did. And it was not just the ones that evolved from Earth, but also the ones that developed from other planets in the universe. However, this proves that Earth's vibrant cultural meltpot is actually unique since all these civilizations developed in such a linear and straightforward way, concluded Wang Wei before sighing. This world was a failure, meaning they'll have to start over, he thought. The good news is that it seems that the quantum realm was perfected because of these rounds of development. After analyzing all the changes in this world and their study of the quantum realm, Wang Wei learned many things, and the most important is that the quantum realm is indeed another version of the chaos universe. It embodies Grand Tao and all its modules like the River of Fate, River of Time, etc. That's good news for me and all, but I've essentially created an entity whose essence is on par with Grand Tao. What can I do if it turns on me? Wang Wei thought. The only reassurance he has is that if something happens to him, Hongjun's protection of this world will collapse, and the quantum will face Grand Tao directly. The former has no chance of winning because although its essence is close to Grand Tao, its strengths are miles apart. Wang Wei sighed at the irony. He was playing God, and created one that even surpasses him. Forget it. Let's take things as they go. The quantum will displays behavior similar to Grand Tao, but it's even more indifferent as it does not interfere with the universe's development, it only cares about perfecting itself by absorbing the endless possibilities that each life represents. It did not even care if these creatures messed up with the quantum realm. Of course, Wang Wei knew it was because no life had reached the level of strength to do that yet. He once tasked the Watchers with spreading Old Man Nether's blood for certain worthy civilizations to study, so no life has yet reached or surpassed that Empyrean tier, and the same goes for technology. Wang Wei entered the quantum realm for cultivation. After years of analysis, he realized that two things were preventing him from entering the taboo realm: the limit of heaven and earth, or Grand Tao, and the fact his body/foundation could not bear such a Grand Tao boost stack, similar to how someone needs at least one root 9 extremity foundation to reach 7-fold strength. By training in this isolated world, I've already removed, or reduced Grand Tao's restrictions on me to the lowest level, thought Wang Wei. So, the next step is to increase my foundation. The Tao body is the representation or manifestation of a person's Tao foundation, and its fundamental essence is how much concept it contains. An emperor's Tao body is the combination of his cultivation, primarily his law understanding, soul, the fleshly body strength, Tao heart, and the energy it contains, all of which will turn on how many concepts an emperor can contain after absorbing the heaven will and transition into energy life forms to completely conceptual beings. So, the plan is actually simple and straightforward: absorb more concepts, thought Wang Wei. And if that plan works, it should be easier for me to elevate my Tao body to a higher level, since my foundation is the 10 supremacy, meaning I already have a higher threshold of containing concepts. After the initial plan, Wang Wei no longer hesitated and tried this method. He absorbed the motes of lights from the quantum realm, incorporating more concepts into his body. Of course, he checked first to see if these fate concepts contained any hidden things. He was not too worried because he knew once he left this place, Grand Tao would detect if something was left inside his body and would not allow such intrusion into the chaos universe. It's working, thought Wang Wei as he could sense a new transformation in his body. He accelerated the speed at which he absorbed the concepts of fate, and with each passing moment, he could feel a slight change in his Tao body. The process of understanding the Grand Tao source also increases the concepts in his body. However, this process is as if the body was a bucket and someone added water. Meanwhile, upgrading the Tao body was like replacing the bucket with a large pool or vast ocean, allowing it to contain more water. Although this oversimplified a much more complex idea, that was the general gist of it. Let's stop for now, thought Wang Wei once he reached a certain threshold. He wanted to leave this place to have Grand Tao check his body before proceeding any further. So, he teleported out of this world with a single thought. Wang Wei grunted as soon as he stepped into his court, a terrifying pain coursed through every part of his body. Then, he watched as a gray aura or energy released from his body as if he were a deflated balloon. The fate concepts I just accepted. Was something really wrong with them? He focused his mind despite the pain to sense and analyze whatever was happening to him. His brow furrowed. It can't be. Once the pain ended and the process ended, Wang Wei immediately entered the science and technology world once again. He immediately created a second world and used time acceleration to have it grow. He modeled this new world's quantum realm after the original one but ensured that it was smaller and weaker and did not create any kind of will of its own. It was a simple computer program with no ability to evolve or develop. The process took some time, but once it finished, Wang Wei then absorbed the fate concepts for a second to improve his Tao body before once again returning to the myriad emperor world. But the same thing happened to him. He smiled wryly. There is nothing wrong with the original quantum realm. Grand Tao simply won't accept me using this path to achieve taboo realm. He asked himself why there were no actions after he used the scientific and technological world to achieve 10 supremacy. Well, he was wrong. Something did happen, and he just did not know. The SNT world's value has greatly reduced, Wang Wei thought with gritted teeth. He wanted to use his foul language skills to give that bastard Grand Tao a verbal beating. Calm down, calm down. There is no need to antagonize a nigh-omniscient entity just for a moment of anger. The world is still extremely valuable for other things. Typically, Grand Tao would not care if an ant called its name, no matter how vile the things said are. However, Wang Wei guessed the latter was not on good terms with the future version of himself, and such an act might be enough for him to act out of pettiness and make his life more miserable. His life was, or should say, will already be difficult, so he did not need a petty god making it even harder. Wang Wei exhaled to calm down. Now, my only choice is the dark truth. His lips twitched as he remembered the Mad Titan's quote, "You could not live with your own failure." Where did that bring you? Back to me. He suddenly sensed a vision in the distance. What is it now? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1132 Path of Skill. Wang Wei's eyes floated to the southern continent, directly on the origin Pil Dao sect. The vision originated from there, and more importantly, he saw the entire sect was on high alert as all their formation was activated. Wang Wei squinted before continuing to observe. A few minutes later, the sky above the myriad Emperor world changed as someone or something materialized, the eye of true heavenly Tao. The eye ignored everybody as it focused on the origin Pill Tao sect for a few minutes. Then, it did something that shocked many people. It released a heaven will to someone. A figure soon floated from the origin Pill Tao sect and sat cross-legged in the void as they absorbed the heaven will. Lu Cheng, thought Wang Wei with focused eyes. He did not say a word or intervene in any way possible, he just observed. Lu Cheng's aura rapidly increased, but to everyone's surprise, except Wang Wei and a few, it stopped when he was around 16% Grand Tao source. People immediately thought the first non-eternal would be born in this era. While most were sad about this news, others felt relieved as this generation had slowly become an anomaly. Many cultivators felt this generation had raised the standard too high, which would affect the legacy of future emperors and heavenly emperors. However, the few wise individuals quickly took notice of something: the eye was still there. As expected, golden merit descended from the heavens to enter Lu Cheng's body. Without a doubt, his cultivation rose to 20% Grand Tao, and he condensed his first golden lotus behind him. Then, while his body was still enveloped by the golden hue from the merit, he soon condensed the second flower, signaling he had cast his Tao will. All eyes were on him to watch for the third and final flower. The people saw a phantom of it rapidly condensing, and people believed it was already guaranteed that a new eternal would be born. Swish! The golden aura on Lu Cheng's dispersed before the third flower condensed, so it dispersed. A powerful aura emanated from his body with some flavor of an eternal, but the people knew it was not. They'd seen too many and would not fail to recognize it. The world gave birth to a pseudo-eternal. Although not as good as just a first class, people were still satisfied that this generation would not continue to show its upward trend indefinitely. Meanwhile, the origin Pill Tao sect people were somewhat dissatisfied but would never express it outward. Regardless of the circumstances, they had cultivated a new great emperor. "I am the meticulous Pill Emperor," Lu Cheng declared in a calm tone, his voice echoing worldwide. A terrifying vision swept the entire world community to celebrate his birth, and after bowing to the sky, true heavenly Tao dissipated. Lu Cheng looked in the direction of the court before disappearing. "The path of skill," Wang Wei muttered. Primordial chaos, the Flame Emperor suddenly opened his eyes, which were full of intelligence and wisdom. "So, it actually works in one of the primary source chaos worlds. In that case, I could trust the data. As long as I can refine a pill with unparalleled skills that transcend my cultivation realm, I will activate a mechanism of Grand Tao that will reward me with a path to the realm of half-step transcendence." The surroundings immediately became hotter, which scared the beings of this world. Luckily, the Flame Emperor swiftly controlled himself. "Now, I have the idea. The issue is how to execute it." A display of skills transcending his realm was not as easy as stated. Lu Cheng had the pill formula, which guided him in displaying skills transcending his realm and capabilities, which would then activate the mechanism and allow him to become immortal. However, the Flame Emperor had no such blueprint. At this stage in his cultivation journey, he could say without a doubt that he had reached the pinnacle of pill refining when it came to skill. The people on par with him in the entire chaos universe are few and between, and they share the same problem: they can no longer improve. "We can start from the basics," the Flame Emperor thought. On a fundamental level, refining a pill can be divided into 3 skills: preparing the material, flame control, and combination. Material preparation involves understanding spiritual herbs, their properties, and how to use them. Flame control is how to prepare these materials and ensure all the materials' medicinal potentials are used to the limit. Combination is self-explanatory, but divine runes might or might not be involved depending on the system used. So, after knowing this, how can I improve my skills when I've perfected them already? The Flame Emperor's brow furrowed. Perfected. Someone once told me that only Grand Tao can claim to be perfect. In other words, my skills are far from being perfect. His eyes lit up as a sudden light flashed in his mind. If I could find a way to detect all the flaws and imperfections of my skills and make up for them, eventually, I would transcend my current limitations. The Flame Emperor stood up from his throne. I would need a pair of powerful eyes that can see all my flaws or an item with the same ability. As soon as he thought of this, the Flame Emperor thought of one person he could see and another world he could visit to find what he was looking for. If that does not work, I have no choice but to ask the all-seeing temple to divine the information for me. The Flame Emperor did not want to use this method as one of those seers could detect his true goal. Furthermore, he disdained how the temple only divined things based on someone's overall wealth, not the price of whatever they asked. These greedy seers always know how much wealth someone has or can produce, so no matter who asks for their services, they will pay a steep price. "I'm more inclined to summon a pill meeting instead," grunted the Flame Emperor. With his status and his vast friend group, it would be best for him to invite countless pill paragons and have them detect the flaws in each other's skills. However, such a meeting will mostly devolve into fighting over whose skills are better, unless he could invite the Venerable Pill Sage, the man who holds the position of the Pill Dao position. Of course, the Flame Emperor did not care for such squabbles among his peers since he was used to it. The only downfall of this method is that it will prolong the process of this project. The real reason he did not want to use it is because he went through all this trouble to find a path to transcendence and would not share it with anyone. A flame enveloped the Emperor, and he disappeared. His experiment was successful, so there was no point in staying here anymore, especially since he had plenty of work to do. With the transcendent path open to him, the Flame Emperor traveled to primordial chaos to fulfill his ambitions, not caring how the people of that world celebrated that they were finally free under the tyranny of that monster. Myriad Emperor World, Wang Wei was deep in thought after watching Lu Qing proving the Tao. He sensed something and woke up, gazing at Yan Liling's projection. What just happened? She watched everything but was still confused about how Lu Qing proved the Tao. She was not the only one, as Wang Wei was probably the only one who saw the deeper secrets. "Tao proving pill," he said. "A pill that can make you an emperor." No, it did not look like he swallowed any pill. He basically displayed enough skills to trigger a hidden mechanism of heaven and earth, which then rewarded him with a heaven will. "Is that possible?" asked Yan Liling. In hindsight, it makes sense given how the heaven will is decided in the myriad pill world. Only alchemists prove the Tao in that world, their battle is just a display of their skills for heavenly Tao to judge. "You should think of the larger implications of this method," reminded Wang Wei. Omicron M. Larger implications. Yan Liling frowned. "You mean a path to transcendence?" "Exactly. Lu Qing is nothing but the Flame Emperor's pawn to test his experiment on his transcendent path. Luckily for you, it's a path that might suit you." Yan Liling suddenly felt a little restless due to excitement. "Did you, by any chance, get your hands on the formula for the Tao proving pill?" "No, that's the Flame Emperor's property, and I don't dare touch it." "That's a shame." "Not really," Wang Wei said calmly as he looked in the distance. "An opportunity might be coming soon." Yan Liling's eyes lit up. "Don't forget to send it to me after you get it." She dispersed her projection, and less than 30 seconds later, Wang Wei received notification that someone wished to meet him. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. please let us know and report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1133 True Love. Wang Wei's brow furrowed as he looked at his guest. He waved his hand to prevent the latter from bowing. "Do you want me to call you master or sect master?" "I wouldn't dare," Yi Lao quickly said. "No matter the circumstances, you were once my master and treated me well. So, if you want, I can give you the honor, status, and wealth worthy of that title." Yi Lao paused briefly. "I appreciate your kindness and broad-mindedness, but I will decline." Can I ask why? I don't think I can bear the karma of being your master, Yi Lao replied seriously. That's fair, Wang Wei nodded, deciding to stop pursuing the subject. So, why are you here? I'm here to bring my foolish disciples greetings and gratitude. Why didn't he come himself? Well, there were some complications due to how he proved the Tao, so he sent me instead. He hoped to hive his regard with this formula. Wang Wei calmly looked at the talisman in Yi Lao's hand but did not take it. He's an eternal powerhouse now and should act like it. Tell him to come see me if he wants to give me his regards. That. Cuddling him won't help, added Wang Wei. Such a weak Tao heart is probably one of the reasons why he couldn't become a true eternal. Go tell him what he said, and I won't accept any more excuses. As you wish, Yi Lao nodded with a deep sigh. He bowed, and Wang Wei did not stop him this time before walking out. A few minutes later, Lu Qing walked into the room with his wife, Lan Ling. They immediately bowed while saying, "Salutation to His Majesty, the Heavenly Emperor." 2x, at ease, nodded Wang Wei calmly. Lu Qing glanced at his wife, and after she nodded innocuously, he continued, I came bringing gifts to show my gratitude. Gratitude? If it's about your innate talent, I don't think you need to thank me. No, it's not about that, explained Lu Qing. As you know, I received an inheritance from the Flame Emperor. Yes, the Tao Proving Pill. Lu Cheng's body paused, but then he realized it was normal for the man before him to know by now. Yes, that. I would never have been able to find the materials for the recipe if not for all your achievements in expanding the resource pool of the world. Oh, I see. Wang Wei understood why this man was thankful. The formula for that pill must display extreme skills in herbology or the understanding and combination of spiritual herbs. Without the resources from a third of the lower dimension, Lu Qing would definitely spend most of his lifetime hunting down the materials for the pill. I came to offer this recipe to show my sincerity, continued Lu Qing, handing up a talisman with the Tao Proving Pill. Wang Wei calmly looked at him. He knew Lu Qing was not this out of the kindness of his heart. A method like the Tao Proving Pill, similar to the merit method, cannot be kept by a faction like the Tao Origin Pill. No one would do anything now under Wang Wei's reign, or maybe in the next few generations, but sooner or later, someone will be interested. Although the Origin Pill Tao sect had just cultivated its sixth emperor, it was a pill-refining sect not known for its strength. So, the best action was to hand it over to the Tao opening sect for their protection. Of course, the main driving force behind Lu Cheng's action is not the preservation of his sect but to protect himself. He seems to still fear me. What's with that strange mentality you have toward me? Pardon me? Asked Lu Qing. It seems you have this innate low self-esteem that everything you've accomplished so far was due to me, despite countless proofs otherwise. You even have this fear that I will come and take away your life, returning you to the state you were before I took over your fate. The room became quiet as Lu Qing lowered his head while his hands were still raised in the position of handing over the talisman. Well, say something. R.A. Rationally, I know you have nothing to do with my success. However, internally, I cannot help it. The Flame Emperor gave you his inheritance, not me. Shouldn't that tell you something? That tells me that I was a pawn that was easier to manipulate. I guess you're not as stupid as you look, Wang Wei declared. However, in this vast universe, everyone is a pawn of someone else, and that goes for me as well. Lu Qing was shocked by these words and did not know how to process such a piece of information. His body even instinctively stood straight. Tell me, do you think your senior sister would abandon you to get with someone better, let's say me? Of course not, Lu Qing replied without hesitation. Really? Then, why do I feel like you feel like she deserves better than someone like you? Husband, is this really how you feel? No, I don't lie. Lu Qing paused briefly, I think someone as kind and beautiful as you deserve the whole world and more. Unfortunately, only someone like His Majesty can give it to you. But I don't want the whole world, I want you, Lan Ling declared boldly, unlike her usual soft demeanor. But no buts. In this life, I will belong to you. Lan Ling held his hands, her eyes firmer than ever before. You seem to still hesitate, so let me help you, Wang Wei added. He raised his hand to condense a golden contract. This is the highest form of contract, backed by the mighty Grand Tao itself. Lan Ling, if you sign this, you will be my woman and have the world. You love alchemy. I will gather all the recipes of the lower dimensions, from past, present, and future, to give you. I will build the world's greatest spiritual gardens, full of ancient and lost herbs for you. I will ensure you not only prove the Tao and attain eternal life but also walk the path of eternity. Not enough. We will have the greatest Tao companion ceremony that the world has ever seen. Emperors and great beings from all over the lower dimension will come to attend. I will summon the sages and wise men across space-time to eulogize our harmonious ceremony. We will ride real phoenixes and dragons to arrive at our ceremony. I will have the sun and the moon sing praises of our union for 33 years straight, and their voices will echo throughout the void. Better yet, I will have sounds of the Grand Tao receiving us and all the attending guests. I will build you a palace that is so opulent that its very presence can raise the chi luck of any heaven will by 20%, a palace in which immortals can only serve as guards and servants. So, what say you? You only need to sign your name, and I'll have no choice but to keep my word. I refuse. Lan Ling did not hesitate a single bit, which shocked Lu Qing. He was a man but even he was momentarily tempted. He did not think any woman would reject such an offer so easily. Omicron M, I don't think you need more proof of her love. I don't. If he had any more hesitation after this, Lu Qing believed he would be the greatest fool in this world. Good. You have a great woman that any man would die for. Don't live your life in my shadow and make her regret choosing you, advised Wang Wei. I want. Wang Wei nodded before waving his hand, and the talisman flew from Lu Chang's arm. Your gift is too precious, so I won't take it in vain. A black and white crystal materialized before him. This crystal contained enough yin-yang energy to elevate your yin-yang love flower to Emperor tier. More importantly, it's tailored specifically to increase Lan Ling's probability of reaching the same level of strength as you. An Emperor tier yin-yang love flower would allow Lan Ling to prove the Tao, but it did not guarantee she would reach the same level as Lu Qing. And according to its restrictions, she could not become more powerful than him. Thank you, said Lu Qing, and he immediately absorbed it, without a hint of hesitation. Their love was genuine, so they condensed the yin-yang love flower, but it would be another battle to cultivate it for Emperor tier. This could take too long, and he was worried about his senior sister's longevity and safety. I will also give you some merit points to use, added Wang Wei. Isn't that a little too much? Lu Qing asked. No, it's fair, given the value of the formula, Wang Wei explained. On top of everything else, the Tao opening sect will guarantee your sect's safety and right to continue using this method. Thank you, Your Majesty. No problem. Do you have any plans for the future? Lu Qing hesitated briefly. I will ascend as soon as I've dealt with a few things here. So soon? You're not running away from me, aren't you? Maybe at first, but not now, he replied, slightly embarrassed. So why? I have a feeling that a new destiny awaits me in the upper dimension. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know and report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1134 The Situation, A New Destiny, huh? Wang Wei thought as he watched these two lovebirds leave the throne room. He did not know what fate awaited these two in the upper dimension, but as someone from the same place, he did his duty by warning them of the current political landscape and chaos. He used his divine sense to check the Tao-proving pill formula. As expected, with his current realm or skill, this pill was nothing to him, and if he were to refine it, he would not receive a heaven will. Instead, he would create a decent pill that concentrated the essence, chi, and spirit of the body to accelerate cultivation speed by a small margin. However, if any mortals were to refine this pill, then it would be as if they had successfully created an emperor-tier pill, just like Yen Liling created a Tao pill. He truly underestimated himself, Wang Wei thought. The fact that Lu Qing successfully refined this pill is a testament to his alchemy talent. Besides Yen Liling, no one in the myriad emperor world could refine this pill. And if Wang Wei expanded the pool of talents, less than 5 people in the lower dimension had the talent to pull it off. The pill formula was not too important for Wang Wei, so he focused on the idea behind it. Could the path of skill apply to any Tao? His divination would be useless for such a question, so he had to deduce with the information he has. In other words, the answer would fall under the undetermined category. If this method works for all Tao, then once my force control skill reaches the same level as true heavenly Tao, I should enter half-step transcendence, but I doubt that would work. So, maybe it does not apply to all Taos, but some of them, like martial arts or swordsmanship. Those 2 Tao are the ones that most directly fall under the skill category, like the profession Taos. In other words, this idea might apply to my Liling, my father, Kai Song, and maybe Jean Mengyao. Wang Wei was not too excited by this fact since the so-called path of skills is just an idea, just like the human emperor's 3-position path, or Feng Heng's true spiritual practice path. The genuine struggle to achieve transcendence is how to turn these ideas into reality. I also need to find a path best suited for me. He waved his hand to send the formula to Yen Liling. Despite the fact her current self can easily refine the pill, there were many skills she could learn from it if used correctly. Wang Wei checked on the world. Over 5,000 years had passed during his second attempt at using the science and technology world to achieve taboo. The court's expansion ended in that short period as they conquered all 953 world communities of the former commerce hub. Due to his absence, the dream world experienced a small update under the initiative of the Internal Affairs head and Dong Lifan. They had started testing traveling between world communities. The War Room and the other Eternals were preparing for a counterattack against the former president and were only waiting for Wang Wei's retreat. So, Wang Wei sent the order without organizing a court meeting. There was no need for such a small-scale war. Tian Wenyan had tried to gather more allies to resist, but he was in a sinking ship. Honestly, Wang Wei expected him to betray his people in an attempt to save his life. He did not know why the latter hadn't contacted him yet. Maybe out of a sense of pride and hope. Thought Wang Wei. Hope is a powerful emotion, but it can also be very deceptive. I thought he was a much more pragmatic man. He shook his head before focusing on something else. His pawn, the Golden God, had already conquered 100 world communities, so his actions had been detected by a few concerned individuals who had already set out from their world to find allies and warn of this upcoming threat. The board has been set. Now, I only need to acquire the power to eliminate those uncontrollable variables, and my mission will be set. He looked in the sky. Once he's done here, he will move to another battlefield, one far grander and crueler than anything he had ever experienced in his life. However, he will be ready, and like most things he's done in his life, he will be the final one standing. Wang Wei summoned Wang Qi. Before his first retreat, he tasked the latter to send these heaven-chosens on a trip, and he should have returned long ago. Sect Master. Get up. Thank you. How was the trip? Here you are. Wang Wei took the space ring. Way better than expected. He sent people from a third of the lower dimension, so he expected the reward to be large due to the sheer number, but it still exceeded his expectations. There were 4 Eternals and 5 Pseudo-Eternals in this group. That explains it. What about Gao Buqin? True Eternal. Di Tian did have a good eye for talent, nodded Wang Wei. Anything else? A few of our tier 10 human fiend gods ascended with me, and the sect already received and settled them. Wang Wei nodded. As much as he did not like to weaken the sect, it was the best choice in the current situation. Were there any issues? No. The upper sects seemed to have already known of our existence and even expected our arrival. Wang Wei was not surprised. They also seemed extremely excited for your arrival, but that's to be expected. Wang Qi did not forget to sneak in a little praise so he could look good in front of the boss. Wang Wei smiled, is that it? No. I was supposed to bring the mistress the disruptor rune, but Supreme Elder Yen was still using it, so it had to be postponed. That's fine, Wang Wei reassured him. Any new developments in the war? The revolutionary leader seemed to have disappeared for a while now. However, it did not affect their mobilization. On the contrary, they've become more aggressive, especially since it's been a while since any of the moons have shown up. He disappeared. Yes. Rumors have it that something terrible happened to him, or he's secretly breaking into the Paragon realm. It's probably the latter. Wang Wei felt Empyrean Jimin was the kind of cunning guy that was not easy to plot against because he was so used to living in the shadows that even he himself did not know how to live in the light. He trusted no one, and no one knew who he was, probably including himself. That's the general census among the revolution, but I'm guessing some people are spreading the other rumors to use this opportunity to take power. That only proves a common threat temporarily binds these people. Once that threat is removed, they will scatter into different directions, Wang Wei commented. Of course, there is nothing wrong with that, unless you have ulterior motives or ambitions. His eyes squinted. He has not completely decided how he will use the revolution after ascending. At some point, he must decide whether they are reliable partners or pawns that can be discarded when needed. What about the others? Did you hear any news? Not much. I know they are active, but Revolution kept all information about them a secret. That's not a bad decision, Wang Wei praised. Well, thank you for all your hard work. No, it's my pleasure, Sect Master. Wang Qi was more than satisfied with this arrangement for multiple reasons, the main of which is he got to associate with the Sect Master. Such a simple act has dramatically elevated his status amongst the other ancestors, which then increases the resources he receives, not counting the ones he's being paid for the trips. After Wang Qi's departure, Wang Wei spent a few minutes organizing his thoughts. Then, he started his work. He had to leave but had a few things to do before then. Firstly, he created the will tempering method and the will orb for his parents. The secret realm he created was based on his experience in primordial chaos. The test's central idea was loneliness, which could be described as an upgraded version of the second pagoda trial. Anyone in the sect could use this trial, but the orb was reserved for a select few. Once that was done, Wang Wei had to help Miscellaneous One install the formation from the Central Commerce World as part of the sect's second and hidden security major while also putting some of the finishing touches on the Fate formation. His next stop was to see his family, mainly his mother and father, since his grandfather was still in the retreat. Wang Tian had completed his 9-extremity foundation and was attempting to become a mortal emperor. With the new willpower method, Wang Wei liked his odds. However, it remained to be seen whether he could become the second immeasurable emperor. His odds were not looking good. Once he settled everything, he headed toward the extremity sea. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1135 Travel. After receiving the formula, Yen Liling entered a deep state of focus and analysis. She concluded the same thing as Wang Wei, but she also knew how to use this formula properly. So, without wasting much time, she entered the dream world for a pill simulation. For the first simulation, she successfully refined the pill using her current skills. For the second simulation, she restrained her dream body to the quasi-emperor realm and had her refine the pill. This attempt took a few trials and errors, but only because she was limited by her cultivation level, but she had the skill. After all, her ability reached another level after comprehending the alchemy Grand Tao source. Yen Liling was unsatisfied with this result, so she created a dream body that perfectly replicates her skills right before she proved the Tao. She was finally getting somewhere. As she watched her young self refine that pill, Yen Liling noticed many minute or subtle flaws in her techniques, many of which can improve her skills and cultivation levels after correcting them. Yen Liling felt a rush of satisfaction once that version of herself refined that pill, and her skills increased by a noticeable amount. So, the path of skill is viable, Yen Liling thought with a bright smile. After proving the Tao, she felt a great sense of emptiness inside of her. She had achieved everything she had wanted, being praised by the world as a pill sage, proving the Tao, becoming immortal/eternal, and marrying a great husband. The only unsatisfactory part about her life was that she was stuck in the guardian world but did not regret her choice. So, Yen Liling has been feeling lost for a while. She took solace in cultivating and refining pills, but she felt directionlessness, like she was doing it just for the sake of doing it. But now, she felt her passion for pill refining reignited. She saw a new challenge in the path of pill refinement, which ignited her love for the art and her competing spirit. She wanted to challenge that mountain that has probably stopped countless pill paragons. It would be even better if I could be the first to do it. It was unfortunate that her competitor, the Flame Emperor, did not lose to her in talent and was leagues ahead. Let's not get too ambitious. The goal now is to attain the skills of a transcendent being. Yen Liling's eyes became brighter, her aura more peaceful and ethereal, her state of mind had improved significantly. It's time that I visit the myriad pill world. A screen floated before her, and Yen Liling clicked on the embassy icon and thought the words, myriad pill world, in her mind. She clicked on sending a request and waited. Her actions created a small commotion as the myriad pill world's heavenly court received her request for travel. After all, she was the guardian of the myriad emperor world and, more importantly, the first on the pill emperor list. The staff swiftly noticed their heavenly emperors, who exited his retreat to hold a meeting. 10 minutes later, Yen Liling received notification of her approval and left the dream world. A blue flame materialized before her in the shape of a curvy body, and a few minutes later, it condensed into a clone. This should do, she muttered before contacting her big brother to ask for a talisman. Once she received it, she used the dream world to teleport the clone to her destination. The first thing Yen Liling noticed after opening her eyes was a long red carpet with soldiers wearing gold armor on both sides. Her gaze immediately noticed a few towering statues, 2 on the right side with the title of Pill Saints, engraved on their plaque, and 14 on the left with the Pill Monarch title. She slowly walked to the end of the red carpet, where this world's heavenly emperor and other court members received her with a bright smile. I apologize that I could only come with a clone. We understand your situation, so there is no need, replied the Diligence Pill Emperor. Yen Liling observed this eternal emperor, nothing extraordinary, old, with long white hair and a beard that reached his waist, regular black clothes, and an aroma of medicine just like most alchemists. His eyes were bright, and his aura could be described as steadfast. Despite how ordinary and boring this man looked, Yen Liling knew he was actually quite an interesting character. The Diligence Pill Emperor, also called Shuiguoyang, originated from 2 eras of the myriad pill world. At a young age, he learned of the existence of the 9 Extremity Foundation and wanted to achieve it. However, all indications showed him he did not have the talent for it, so he opted for an alternative method through pills. After honing his skills to the pinnacle of his generation, he refined a mortal-grade Tao forging pill with the slightest intelligence/spirit before sending it through reincarnation to experience the samsara baptism. The pill was instructed to remain a pill, so whatever form it was reincarnated into, it would absorb the flesh, blood, and spirit of its new owner to remain or revert to a pill. Meanwhile, Chui Guoyang sealed himself in bloodstones. After every reincarnation, he would wake up, track down the pill, and refine it again to ensure no issue before sending it into reincarnation. This generation was the 9th, and his plan succeeded through luck and great help from his factions. Chui Guoyang woke up and swallowed that pill. His plan did not work, but it also did not fail. The pill granted him the strength of 6 leaf while also washing away his karma, since his constant interruption of the process meant he had to start over. After that, he used his newly created samsara refining technique to prove to Heavenly Tao he was the best in this generation and became this world's great emperor. "I'm glad you are understanding," Yan Liling nodded. The two walked inside while taking part in small chatter. "I see that you haven't increased the number of recognized pill monarchs," Yan Liling asked casually, but her words made many of these ministers embarrassed. Chui Guoyang sighed. "This topic has become an issue of contention, and these people insist that I be the one who makes a final decision. Pill monarchs, or pill saints, were not titles granted lightly, not even an eternal emperor can change that. Pill monarchs are for alchemists who have refined an immortal pill while being mortals, and pill saints are for the ones who refine the Tao pill. In other words, this world had 16 individuals who did something that only Yan Liling did back home. I honestly do not see what's wrong with using my immortal runes to achieve the pill monarch position. Yes, it is easier than the other methods, but it's not something everybody can do." Yan Liling was not shy about sharing her opinion. This world had created 4 methods of refining immortal pills, but with harsh requirements for talents and skills, none were universal. Over the course of their history, only 14 people have succeeded, and the number would have been higher if not for the fact that these pill formulas were highly guarded secrets, which even led to the destruction of countless factions or lineages. This world's alchemist praised Yan Liling for her immortal runes creation, but they also debated whether the people who succeeded with her method were worthy of the title. "It's all about preserving traditions," added one of the ministers walking behind them. "Traditions, huh? That's not necessarily a good thing. What are you implying?" "I'm not implying anything, just stating a fact," Yan Liling replied coolly. "Traditions is why you haven't uploaded your immortal methods to the dream world so that others can learn and improve based on it. Traditions are what restrict development. Traditions are why many people have predicted that in less than 10 generations, your world will lose its status as the place with the most developed pill Tao." These ministers' faces turned ugly. Such a fact was one of their sore spots, and they haven't been happy ever since someone released that statistic in the dream world. Most people denied this truth, but sadly, the data did not care for their feelings. Most worlds were entering a golden era of alchemy with the spread of the immortal runes, and it was only a matter of time before someone surpassed them. Yan Liling did not utter another word to these people. She knew why they were so stubborn. This world had one of the highest statuses during the commerce hub, which would use them primarily to turn most of its raw resources into things like pills. However, now that the mighty had fallen and the other worlds could use the dream world to train alchemists like raising grass, they were not as high and mighty as they used to be. It hasn't been 50,000 years since the war ended, and these people have not adapted to the rapid changes of the endless void. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1136 Travel 2. He's also responsible for the current situation, Yan Liling thought, secretly glancing at Chui Guoyang. His indecisive nature has immensely aggravated the situation. Hopefully, he will be more open to my persuasion. The group soon arrived at a large hall with a grand banquet decorated with gold, purple, and white all colors associated with nobility and immortality. They served the finest wine refined by these top alchemists and top-grade spiritual food for such an honored guest. Yen Liling tasted all the delicacies, and many of them still had some effect on her real body. Then, she noticed a noodle dish that was releasing a dark aura. What's that? Oh, that's a dish from the Curse Haven world. We didn't know your taste, so we thought of trying many different things. Apologies for the mistake, the diligent Pill Emperor explained as he motioned someone to take the dish away. No need, Yen Liling declined. I've never tasted something so strange, so it should be an experience. The Curse Haven world was an interesting world in which the Tao of curses overwhelmed the others. So, no matter what Tao someone cultivated inside, they will be corrupted to involve cursed Tao. Even outsiders cannot spend too long inside unless they have something like a domain to protect themselves. She slurred the black crunchy noodles, and despite eating such an unappealing dish, she looked as majestic and noble as ever. Yen Liling then heard an intense scream in her head, followed by pain. However, this kind of pain was not the suffering kind, but the painful but pleasurable kind. I guess I now know this food's target, she thought as she wiped her food. How is it? Better than I anticipated, she replied. Do you think the rumors about the Yin-Yang Curse King were true? Are you talking about the one that said he created the ultimate curse, capable of killing anyone in the Great Emperor realm? Or the one about his mother? The former. It's probably propaganda, or his work has been glamorized after his death, replied Cui Guoyang. If such a curse exists, it would mean it could kill the first heavenly emperor without giving him the chance to resist. Cui Guoyang saw this man's strength from the dream world, so he would not believe such a thing existed. And if it did, it would be too scary, he would want such a curse to be eradicated from the annals of history. I feel the same, nodded Yen Liling. The Curse Haven world was an interesting world. Before what happened to the Nine Devil God world, it was one of the rare heavenward worlds that could give birth to more than one great emperor, which were then called Curse Kings. However, like all worlds with this composition, it sacrificed quality for quantity, so the highest level of achievement was first class, 15% to be precise, and achieving higher classification was like playing a game in nightmare difficulty. However, some people succeeded, 3 to be exact, and they succeeded in the same generation. The Yin-Yang Curse King, the Malevolent Curse King, and the Shadow Curse King have spent their entire life competing all the way to their heavenward battle. They were pretty evenly matched until this point when the Shadow Curse King became a pseudo-eternal while the other two became true eternals, leaving him out of the competition. Even after proving the Tao, these two continued their battles to prove who was the best. Then, they had one last legendary fight before ascending, which resulted in the Malevolent Curse King's victory. However, he claimed he would not accept that victory because the Yin-Yang Curse King had created an ultimate curse, but chose not to use it at the last minute. Since then, rumors of this ultimate curse have spread from the Curse Haven world to the endless void. However, most people agree that it has been exaggerated due to the fierce reputation the world used to have. The banquet continued for a few hours, and Yen Liling enjoyed herself. She felt slightly cramped back home, so this outing was the perfect distraction. Now, it was time for the official discussions. If you don't mind, I will be direct about my purpose. Please. Cui Guoyang was not fond of these political talks, where people spoke in circles, never stating what they wanted or meant. I have a few purposes for coming. Firstly, I am here for a Tao preaching session with Your Excellency and many other talented alchemists of this world. They don't have to be only immortals, but people with genuine skills. I would be more than happy, Cui Guoyang replied immediately. He was currently ranked 3rd on the Pill Emperor list, and such a session might allow him to acquire the 2nd spot. For someone like him, wealth was meaningless, only honor and his pill refining skills mattered. This is my second purpose, Yen Liling announced as she summoned the talisman. Previously, your world's establishment of the dream world was incomplete. This talisman should change that. Cui Guoyang hesitated while the ministers had varying reactions, mostly negative. After this world connected to the dream world, Su Shi's power was needed to set up the battle tower as she summoned imprints from across spacetime so people could either learn their skills or compete with them. However, she's not Wang Wei, so she was limited on the amount of imprints she could condense unless she spent years on this job. More importantly, these alchemists protested immensely. They did not want certain imprints to be condensed since that would reveal their most secret techniques, including the Pill Monarchs and Pill Saints. The ordeal was about to turn into a complicated situation that Wang Wei needed to decide, but Su Shi was tired of all that nonsense and just left. About this, said a minister who coughed so people could focus on him. We've sent an application to the court. We would like to argue our case that the decision to include these imprints should fall under world internal affairs or rights. The myriad Emperor World's heavenly court was technically the supreme ruler of all the courts in the endless void. Still, its rules prevented the interference of other courts, unless things like the dream world were involved. Then, things became complicated. Our mission and goal is to create the most prosperous era of the lower dimension, and your actions have limited the development of Pill Dao, so your case has been rejected. You can't do that. But I can, Yan Liling replied calmly before summoning a scroll with Wang Wei's stamp on it. These people's faces turned ugly. I want to use the more courteous way, but you forced me. She was interested in learning from all the world's emperors and other talented alchemists. She especially wanted to know how the two Pill Saints refined their Dao pills. I call for an appeal, declared another minister. That's enough. Aren't you tired of embarrassing us? Cui Guoyang finally intervened. He knew this woman was the little sister of the first heavenly emperor, and this man has shown consistently that as much as he wants others to follow the rules, as much as he is willing to follow them to ensure order and prosperity, he's also willing to break them on a whim. So, even if their appeal passed, as long as she asked, he would overrule everything like the true tyrant he secretly is. The sad thing is that they cannot do anything since a layer of a wise and beloved ruler masks this tyrant. Your Highness, we will accept your decision. Is there anything else? No, that's it. In that case, why don't you start with your business while I gather everyone needed for the Tao preaching session? As you wish. Yan Liling left the table to follow a servant who showed her to her room. Your Majesty. The Diligence Pill Emperor raised his hand to stop whoever was speaking. Then, he remained with his thoughts for the next 10 minutes. How about we build a Pill Saint monument for her? What? Not just her, but all the Pill Monarch's talents we have in this generation. Better yet, we can do so for every talent in the lower dimension. This conversation made me realize that if we do not change with the times, we will be left behind, continued the Diligence Pill Emperor. It also made me realize that our world was in a unique situation, one we can take advantage of to ensure our lasting prosperity. The room was quiet for a few seconds before someone spoke. This might not be a bad idea. If we can make these monuments and have their owner acknowledge it, it can increase our world's chi luck, just like any of the dream world's lists. If we do this, we will need something to lure these people in. So, we're just going to reveal our secret techniques like that. There are far better and more valuable techniques than ours, but these people were still willing to share them. Cui Guoyang frowned as he sensed these people might start arguing again. Alright, it's decided. Let's start by acknowledging the 4 new Pill Monarchs. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1137 Travel 3. While Yan Liling was on her journey to increase her pill refining skills, Wang Wei also started his own journey after dealing with the sects affairs. Although he could reach the extremity C with one step, he decided to take his time and go on a short vacation while finishing some things had been putting off. His first destination was the mortal heart world. He did not alarm anyone with his arrival to prevent this world's court from making a big deal out of his presence and ruining his vacation. So, Wang Wei only changed his clothes to fit the local custom and enjoy the scenery and food. The air or atmosphere of the mortal heart world was sweet, clear, and peaceful. The entire world had a nature-like atmosphere due to the sheer number of forests, mountains, lakes, and rivers. This world's cultivator did an excellent job at preserving nature, so the environment was probably one of the best in the endless void. It probably would be the best if not for worlds in which Wu Dao overwhelms all other Daos. This world deserves the title of the most peaceful world, Wang Wei thought after a servant served his food. The cultivation system of the mortal heart world was divided into 3 stages, each with 3 levels: the spiritual awakening stage, the self-reflection stage, and the heaven-earth pondering stage. The spiritual awakening stage is self-explanatory. The cultivators open their sea of consciousness and cultivate their spiritual/soul power. Based on the quantity and quality of the spiritual power, someone will be in the 1st to 3rd level of this stage. In the self-reflection stage, the world's people began a process of intense self-reflection. They delved into their subconscious to temper their mind, spirit, soul, and Tao heart. By the end of this stage, they knew who they were, what they wanted, and what they were willing to sacrifice for it. They built their goals, ambitions, moral compass, and worldviews. Once they finished their self-cultivation, the mortal heart cultivators could no longer improve themselves from the inside, so they focused on the outside. They began to use heaven and earth to temper themselves. The main cultivation technique of this stage is called pondering heaven, and it's a brilliant idea. A cultivator could walk to a random tree in the forest and ponder it. Then, they will experience the tree's life from birth to the current stages. So, if the tree were thousands of years old, the cultivators would experience that 1,000 years, just like they had experienced another life, like they had experienced another samsara. The people of this world preserved the environment because they could ponder everything, from a piece of grass to the stars in the sky to ancient beings that lived for Yuan epochs. In fact, the older an object is, the more valuable it is, since the pondering effect will be more effective. Of course, it's also more dangerous. If a cultivator cannot retain their own sense of self, they will be assimilated by the object's memories and experiences. I experienced something similar in primordial chaos, Wang Wei thought. When he was the myriad devourer, he had to fight for his life to preserve the few decades of memories of Earth. Otherwise, they would have been assimilated, and he would have lost his main personality. Wang Wei walked out of the restaurant for the next. He heard someone squabbling and went to watch. It was rare to see fights in this era of the mortal heart world. The cultivators of this world do not rely much on resources since they mainly use themselves, the environment, or nature for their cultivation, so this world is very peaceful compared to others. Adding their terrifying Tao heart and ability to control their emotions, this world deserves the title of the most peaceful. Of course, it does not mean there were no fights, but compared to the brutal history of other worlds, the mortal heart world can be described as a utopia ever since they started this cultivation system. Then, everything improved with the arrival of the dream world. All contradictions could be settled there without any worry about casualties. Wang Wei's court made the mortal heart world an example to encourage people to settle their disputes using this method to reduce the loss of cultivators and populations. Wang Wei watched the fight between these two, a man and a woman. They were both 3rd stage 2nd level, which was equivalent to saints back home. The woman used her Tao heart and mind to resonate with the laws of fire, while the man used the thunder law. Wang Wei immediately noticed 2 interesting things about this fight. Firstly, these people had zero understanding of the laws of heaven and earth. Instead, their spirit was so concentrated that they could use their mind and Tao hearts to forcefully bend the laws to their whim, thus achieving an alternate form of law resonance. The second thing he noticed was that these two were fighting on 2 fronts, outside and inside. While throwing elemental attacks at each other, their minds were in a spirit realm, confronting each other. That was how battles in the second stage occurred in this world. People fight to destroy each other's minds, spirits, and selves, leaving the loser with a damaged psyche that turns them into a coma state, makes them crazy, gives them severe depression and other mental illnesses, or directly annihilates their souls. If I were to quantify my willpower, it should be on par with a paragon. So, could I use this world's cultivation system to create a technique that allowed me to use my willpower to forcibly borrow strength from 90% Grand Tao source? Wang Wei thought as he quickly deduced the outcome. I could, but my body would instantly collapse. If I liberate all my soul strength in advance, I should survive in a soul state. However, the backlash from doing something like that would directly send me to limbo. What's more, Grand Tao might even punish me for my actions. So, unless I'm forced into a corner and want to take the enemy with me, using such a technique is useless. Despite this conclusion, he decided to create this technique. I should reserve some time to study all cultivation techniques of the lower dimension before ascending. He knew the importance of learning from all kinds of civilizations. Wang Wei always believed one of his greatest assets is the knowledge from Earth. The battle between these two, which appeared to be a lover's quarrel, did not last long as two ultimate third stages powerhouses from their respective clan came to stop them. Ultimate third stages are quasi-emperors of this world. After completing their pondering, the cultivators will choose a law that fits whatever goals or ambitions they've established in the second stage to understand and condense law crystals in their sea of consciousness to prepare for the heaven will. They will also use this stage to make up for the deficiency in their weak, fleshly body. This stage is also when cultivators drastically increase their lifespan as they no longer rely on the passive connection between their soul and their body to nourish their bodies and increase their lifespan. They will actively absorb the spiritual chi between heaven and earth to nourish their bodies, take more pills, and even use laws to temper their bodies. The elders stopped the two from fighting, deciding to hold a family meeting to discuss their contradictions. Wang Wei watched them leave before he also walked away. This world was entering a state of rapid development, mainly in their alchemy and other professional fields. All the professions were severely underdeveloped, especially talismans. Pills were still needed to accelerate the speed of cultivating spiritual power in the first stages, and some pills helped with delving deep into the subconscious mind. Meanwhile, formations were used to protect the mind from being assimilated during the act of pondering. However, talismans were of little to no use according to the natives. In fact, talismans originated from their interactions with foreign worlds, especially the commerce hub. Their minimalist attitude toward resources prevented them from truly developing talisman Tao. It's also why they had such a terrible relationship with the hub. The commerce hub wanted all this world's raw and unmined resources, but the people here hated destroying nature for no reason through unrelenting mining. The commerce hub was about to invade this world for its resources. Luckily for them, one of their two Eternals, before this era, appeared. He headed to their headquarters and devastated the minds of so many people that they were almost forced to activate their trump card. Luckily, that Eternal only wanted to give a warning and discuss a treaty to protect his world. It's a shame, Wang Wei thought before leaving this world. He wanted to use their technique to ponder the entire world. Experiencing this world's development from birth to now should have helped him temper his mind, spirit, and Tao heart. However, he had already done something similar during his existence ceremony and on a much larger scale. Let's head to the pursuing longevity world next, he thought before disappearing. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1138 Travel. As soon as Wang Wei arrived at his destination, he found a bleak world full of war and chaos, completely different from the peaceful atmosphere of the mortal heart world. Immortal cultivators everywhere used their artifacts and various spells to attack each other. The battle seemed to be between a group of armored individuals and regularly dressed cultivators. No one noticed Wang Wei's sudden appearance, so he was observing this war like it was nothing but a movie. I should be in the mortal realm, but I don't feel any sense of restraint. Did the war destroy the boundaries between the mortal, spirit, and immortal world? Wang Wei flew around while checking things. He nodded in satisfaction after seeing the mortals in this world did not suffer from this devastating war. Wang Wei then ascended to the immortal realm since it was the place where the war was the most intense. As expected, immortal powerhouses from all paths fought non-stop, trying to kill each other as swiftly as possible. I have to give Zhu Tao credit. I didn't think he could convince so many people to be on his side. Boom! Someone exploded themselves, releasing a terrifying power that devastated the surrounding spatial integrity of this area while killing countless people in the process. However, this was just the beginning, as even more people exploded themselves as a last act of desperation. Are you guys crazy? Yelled a divine general from the pursuing longevity's court. You and that bastard Zhu Tao have ruined our path of immortality, you have destroyed our way of life. So, even if I'm going to die, I'll make you pay. Boom! The explosion once again created countless casualties despite the divine general's attempt to stop or contain it. The good news is he survived, but his injuries were severe. So, he did not hesitate to crush a talisman to teleport him back to the court. Wang Wei smiled before teleporting away. A handsome Zhu Tao sat on his throne, hands on his temple, his eyes dazed as he listened to these people's reports. All he could think about was how things got so out of control. His dream was to show that energy-based cultivation systems were not the weakest, so after his experience with Ao Shin, he was happy to bring the law resonance method back home. However, he discovered a terrifying truth: his world was more complicated than he thought. The pursuing longevity world was part of the commerce hub despite being on the low end of members due to their more conservative ideas about dealing with foreign worlds. The hub wanted access to their cultivation system and environment due to how much lifespan it granted, while their sect needed some rare resources that went extinct. However, if that were true, why hasn't the pursuing longevity world ever added the law resonance to their system? They would have known and come in contact with it through the hub, but it never happened. Zhu Tao then learned of an ancient force that had been secretly controlling the world from the shadows. This force placed the immortal source in this world, prevented any changes to the immortal cultivation system, and is also why the commerce hub did not have a much larger influence. He could not accept such a thing and ended all this farce. Zhu Tao did not only want to make the immortal cultivation system more powerful, he wanted to completely eliminate it. However, everyone persuaded him that his attempt was useless because the former Eternal of this world tried and failed miserably. Zhu Tao was about to give up until the war started. The ancient force, known as the Lasting Immortal Order, had some kind of agreement with the Commerce Hub, so they were mobilized for this war. Zhu Tao waited, preserved his strength and forces from the war, and the Commerce Hub lost as he predicted. He immediately surrendered to the Myriad Emperor world and did whatever was necessary to integrate into their system. Following this, he sealed the immortal source while spreading a new cultivation system to replace the old one. However, he did not expect the Lasting Immortal Order to still be this powerful despite all their losses in the war. Countless factions, most emperor lineages, revolted against his decisions, plunging the world into a war that crippled all operations and functions. Zhu Tao did not expect this outcome and was baffled as to why that order was so strong. That's when he learned countless factions were forced to sign alliance treaties with the Lasting Immortal Order or owed them such immense karma that they had no choice but to side with them. Your Majesty, are you listening? What did you say? The ministers looked at each other. Our conclusion is that in the current situation, the fastest way to end this war is to ask for the Myriad Emperor world's interference. Didn't they say this was an internal situation, and unless the mortals are affected, they won't interfere? Yes, but if we were to offer their emperor a generous gift. You mean the immortal source? Yes. Zhu Tao grunted. He wanted the immortal source for his sect, but this was not the main reason for his hesitation. This was a brilliant era, and unfortunately, he was only a weak and insignificant emperor in this era. The eradication of the lasting immortal order and changing the pursuing longevity world is his way to leave his mark on this era. But if he asked for help, his effect would be drastically diminished. I only need to hold on for a little while, and my strength will peak threefold. By then, I wouldn't care how unique the purple-crowned Taoist Qi was, he would lose at my hands. Without him, no one can stop me. Let's wait a little while. We need to hold on for another 20,000 years, no, 15,000, and I will have the strength to end this. It's too late, Wang Wei said as he showed himself. His Majesty, stuttered a few ministers. Wang Wei ignored them and gazed at Zhu Tao. He saw through the latter's mindset and understood it. After all, who does not want to leave their marks in this glorious era? Not to mention that having impactful moments is fundamental to eternal survivability. However, he would leave with the immortal source since he was here. As for the lasting immortal order, he did not care about these losers. They once had a brilliant era in the upper dimension in which they were one of the leading factions, for the philosophy of the immortal path was not weaker than any other path. However, after suffering terrible blows to their cause and believing that the other paths might retaliate, they changed their focus on preserving the immortal path as much as possible. So, during the innate acquired war, they sent members of their orders to the lower dimension with one purpose: preserve as many pure energy-based cultivation systems as possible. They sent all kinds of unique chi sources mostly immortal to fuse with worlds and encouraged their development. Most of their branches have failed in the current era as most energy-based systems will incorporate law utilization after interacting with other worlds. They only have a few surviving branches, less than 5, scattered throughout the endless void, and the pursuing longevity world was their greatest success, but now, even that one was about to fall. Wang Wei did not even know whether their sects in the upper dimension survived since he guessed that the parasites might not touch the paragon lineages, but they won't have scruples for the immortal kings or Tao monarchs' lineages. So, you're here, Zhu Tao said with a deep sigh. I am. Can I reason with you? As long as I walk here with the immortal source, I'm open to any discussions and deals. But don't go too far, I can still take it and walk away. Zhu Tao's lips twitched before exhaling to gather his thoughts. I want time and resources to reach the strength to end this war alone. That's easy, Wang Wei replied. An ambassador will come to this world because of the report that someone broke the rules and attacked mortals. All fights must be stopped during the investigation until a verdict is reached. Zhu Tao's eyes lit up. This should buy you the time you want. As for the resources, someone from my sect will contact you for the exchange. Satisfied? More than satisfied. Good. Wang Wei raised his hand, and a blue orb with a pure and noble aura appeared on his palm. Such rare resources are the kind of deep hidden foundations that he will leave the Tao opening sect to ensure they survive the destruction of the Heavenly Emperor era. Since I'm so satisfied with our deal, I will give you a parting gift. Wang Wei snapped his finger. No one will remember we had this conversation. But you should also hide the fact the immortal source is gone. Zhu Tao's eyes lit up. Such a simple act saved his pride, and he could not ask for much. He glanced at his ministers, and as expected, no one remembered Wang Wei showing up or their conversation. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1139 Travel, Finale. Wang Wei's next destination should have been the Heavenly Law Word to get his hands on the law tree he found from Jin Chaos Memories. However, after taking one step to arrive at his destination, which was countless worlds apart, he sensed something somewhere else and teleported there. He found himself in a part of the lower dimension, far away from the commerce hub's sphere of influence, to a world called Skyfall World. Something major was about to happen in this world, and it caught Wang Wei's attention. This world had a heavenly court, which has become normal since the Steward and Sword One started their journey to gather alliance. The Golden God's rampage also accelerated the process, and it's something Wang Wei appreciated. He won't waste time establishing the courts once he conquers the remaining two-thirds of the lower dimension. Wang Wei secretly attended the court's meeting and immediately noticed the throne was empty. These ministers were waiting for their rulers to return, and somehow, they were both anxious and excited. More than an hour later, a middle-aged man dressed in white, with a mole below his left eye and what could be considered a perfect jaw, appeared in the room. By all standards of the cultivation world, this man was handsome, but not to the point he would be described as an unparalleled beauty like Wang Wei or Li Jun. However, everything changed once he smiled at the room. The entire world seemed to light up with that smile, and like an infection, everyone followed his smile and became slightly more jovial. This smile seems to naturally elicit trust in people, Wang Wei thought. More importantly, is that the 7 emotions 6 desires physique. Wang Wei was surprised by this fact for 2 reasons. 1. It's very rare for a man to be born with this physique, and once they do, they are usually way more handsome than they were. Secondly, this man, whom he learned had the title of Brilliant Smile Emperor, was a first-class emperor with 17% Grand Dao source. So, how could someone born with the 3rd heavenly physique only become a first-class emperor, especially in this generation with immense destiny and luck? He should have been a pseudo-eternal, at the very least. I see. His wife gave it to him. Wang Wei figured out the truth by glancing at this person's fate. Then, he looked at this emperor with a strange fate. I don't think I've ever met a character as interesting as him. Your Majesty, how did it go? I've convinced them, he nodded, and the crowd almost cheered while praising. That's the level of charisma this man has. The Brilliant Smile Emperor waved his hand to immediately calm down the crowd. We cannot waste time as I've heard news that another chaos besides the commerce hub will sweep the endless void. So, we should not waste time, so we should start immediately. As you wish, the ministers said in harmony. Wang Wei was instantly jealous of how this bastard made these people serve him so faithfully through sheer words and charisma. Although many of them are faking it since there is something to gain, he wished his ministers to act like that sometimes, even if he could see through it. It wouldn't hurt for them to stroke his ego occasionally. The court, not the entire world, began to mobilize after this meeting. With a serious atmosphere, the Brilliant Smile Emperor looked in the distance before walking to his queen's court. When he arrived, a petite, beautiful woman rushed into his arms, and the emperor immediately displayed his brilliant smile. Don't worry. I will soon keep my word to you. You don't have to do this, especially since we don't know the consequences, she persuaded. No, I must. The Brilliant Smile Emperor had a rare fighting spirit in his eyes. Your clan despises me for taking your physique. I promise to give them glory and power and will keep my word. He knew his cultivation talent was probably one of the worst in the world. He lived his entire mortal life relying on his golden tongue and charming smile, but that was almost useless once he'd entered the cultivation world. He once tried to charm some woman to give him rare resources, which worked in the early stages, but later on, he was simply despised for his low talent. Then, as fate would have it, he met his wife. They fell in love, and she somehow transferred her physique to him in a dangerous situation to save his life. However, the process was imperfect, so his achievements were so low after proving the Tao. Additionally, her clan despised him afterward and almost hunted him down. They only stopped because of his wife's status. Since then, he promised to bring them glory, wealth, and power to prove that she did not make a mistake. But don't worry. Everything will be fine. The couple had a passionate night, and Wang Wei was a voyeur during the entire ordeal. Someone like him is the perfect diplomat. He loved talent, and this Brilliant Smile Emperor was someone who caught his eye. This guy successfully convinced more than 40% of the heaven chosens of his generation to support him for the position. No one found out until the battle, which almost gave their sect's upper echelons an aneurysm. Someone of his talent might be useful. So, let's warn him so he can survive long enough until I ascend. Where am I? Asked the brilliant smile Emperor. He quickly calmed down as he looked at his surroundings. He guessed he was in a dream, but it was rare for someone like him to dream naturally, so someone must have brought him here. Do you know your actions are like jumping from a small forest fire to an active volcano? Your Excellency, may I ask who you are? He asked while smiling and showing all his teeth. His spirit Tao was activated to the max, along with his mastery of emotions and desires. I'm here to deliver some information. I hope it can increase your chances of surviving until we meet again, Wang Wei replied calmly. I appreciate talents such as yourself. Maybe you'll be useful to me one day. The brilliant smile Emperor opened his eyes with a grave expression. This might be devastating news if the information in his mind is true. Should I stop? He looked at his sleeping wife. No, I'll just ask like I didn't know. Moreover, I can put this information to good use. The next day, when the sun shone the brightest, the brilliant smile Emperor appeared above the sky. Open the formation. After his order, a complex formation covered the sky, but that was just the beginning. More than 80% of all factions in the Skyfall world activated their sects formation before linking it to the courts. The first step is down, thought the brilliant smile Emperor. Then, his voice spread to all the mortals in the world. I am the Heavenly Emperor, and today, I will lead all my people, mortals or not, to the upper dimension, to the immortal realm where there is no pain or suffering, and you can achieve immortality. You only need to raise your hand and pray for my success in your heart. The people were initially shocked, but soon enough, everyone started to raise their hands and pray. After all, who would not want to ascend to the immortal realm? They have long been envious of these cultivators' strength, wealth, and power, but now, they have their opportunity. Good. Now that I have the people's permission, Grand Tao has no reason to try to stop me. The brilliant smile Emperor used all his power to gather all the faith coming from the people while activating the world formation. Then, he and everyone around him, including this world, turned into a rainbow light that disappeared from the void. The ascension of an entire world, Wang Wei thought with a smile. That's something you would only see in novels on Earth. He looked in the distance before muttering. I hope he survives long enough to be useful. Wang Wei teleported to the heavenly law world, and he immediately knew this one did not have a court yet. Their emperor has been in deep seclusion since proving the Tao, and he's been there so long that some people speculated that something was wrong with him. This world's composition is unique, a fusion of continent-based worlds with a starry sky world like the Star Beast world. Wang Wei's divine sense told him he was standing on a large continent on par with some of the lower top domains back home. This continent, or territory as they are called in this world, however, was not connected to another territory. Instead, it was floating in empty space with its own gravity, gravitational pull due its mass, and acting like a planetary or star body. Wang Wei found the secret realm where the law tree was located and directly teleported there. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know and report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1140 Perfect Foundation. Wang Wei saw someone already in that place cultivating, the purple insect emperor. He instantly realized this man was a unique insect race that feasted on people's emotions and that this man had been here for a while. Another emperor appeared during Dugu Jing's absence. Wang Wei realized this person was the world's second emperor due to the balance mechanism. He ignored the latter and focused on the tree. So, I was not the only one with that idea, Wang Wei thought as he watched the purple insect emperor spending all his focus on nourishing the law tree to turn it into a grand Tao source tree. From his knowledge and experience, this man was not the first. Wang Wei detected signs that countless prior emperors had tried a similar tactic but failed. Their attempt is why this tree has lasted so long, but for some reason, it had never evolved into what they wished it to. Their actions have saved me a lot of time while also showing me what not to do. However, how dare this bastard ruin my treasure? He could tell the purple insect emperor was also trying to corrupt this tree with negative emotions that only he could use. Wang Wei pointed at him, become its nourishment. Before he could react, the purple insect emperor turned into a white light that entered the tree. Then, he absorbed all the negative emotions he had previously injected into it, purifying them before turning them into the best nourishment for the tree. You're lucky I'm in a good mood, so I'll leave your Tao imprint intact, Wang Wei muttered as he looked at the tree. Its roots are firmly planted into the laws of heaven and earth while being monitored by heavenly Tao itself. In that case, the way to evolve this thing might not be to nourish it with the grand Tao source but to find a way to plant it directly there. Although that might be a little difficult, it should not be impossible, so Wang Wei nodded in satisfaction. I'm not a completely heartless person, and I understand the need for balance and preservation, he muttered to himself. So, I won't completely rob you. He removed the protections around the tree before placing his hand on the tree and used his purpose manipulation technique to have it condense 2 seeds, which was an abnormality as this tree normally did not create seeds. It was one of those rare spiritual objects that would grow randomly in nature, and someone had to be lucky to find one. He put the tree inside his own item space, perfectly preserved despite not having laws to place its root along with one of the 2 seeds. He planted the second seed on the spot and used time Tao to accelerate its growth. Although it's not as powerful as it used to be after losing the power from the Grand Tao baptism, it's better than not having the tree at all. Wang Wei disappeared, and during this entire ordeal, Heavenly Tao did not say a peep as it knew it was pointless. It even delayed releasing visions of the falling of this world's emperor. After this world, Wang Wei continued his vacation. He visited the ghost immortal world since their cultivation was unique since they abandoned their body, turning into a life similar to the soul race. He then visited a string of soul/death-related worlds like the soul sublimation world and the underworldine world. He aimed to see whether he would find more people susceptible to serve in his samsara court. After all, the environment was perfect for these kinds of cultivation environments, and hopefully, these people could pass the test to serve. Wang Wei's next destination was the Profession Worlds, Myriad Pill World, Myriad Armament World, and Myriad Runes Worlds. All these worlds focused on displaying skills to prove the Tao instead of fighting, and the Myriad Runes world is the most competitive since array masters and talisman makers are the priority groups fighting over understanding and applying runes. He met Yan Liling in the Myriad Runes world and had a brief chat. His next destination was the mechanized puppet world, where Kai Song had spent much of her time, followed by the Beast Master world to see if he could find himself a cute pet/follower. All protagonists he's read about have an animal companion who is a super rare mythical creature, so Wang Wei wanted one for himself. Sadly, nothing caught his eye. His final destination was the Central Spirit World, a heaven-will world ruled over by the spirit race. Death reverence likely originated from this place, and Wang Wei wanted to try his luck to see if he could find something. After all, he has always been lucky. Sadly, fate was not on his side today, so he finally teleported to the Extremity Sea. He looked at the gray sea, took a deep breath, and entered. Nothing happened, and Wang Wei relaxed. He tried to observe or detect any formation, but no matter what he tried, this was nothing but an ordinary fog. He sat cross-legged and waited. Then, a myriad of rare resources appeared around him. Wu Hong's technique contained pictures and detailed information on these things, so Wang Wei recognized each of them. Let's get started. 4 red magic circles materialized in all 4 directions, boxing him inside. They released a devouring power to first absorb all the secondary materials for this technique, and after a few seconds, the heavenly Tao seed from a central Tao soar seed. Wang Wei's clothes disappeared as soon as the magic circles absorbed the blue seed with traces of golden threads weaved on it that resembled runes. He felt like a baby in embryonic fluid, but his mother was heavenly Tao itself, not just a regular one, but a genuine product. Then, his body disintegrated atom by atom, spiritual particles by spiritual particles, energy by energy, and even on a conceptual level his body was taken apart. Yet, he was still alive. The perfect tear, which was a drop of liquid so black that nothing could taint or affect it, making it perfect, was absorbed by the magic circles. Wang Wei's consciousness immediately found himself in this white space with mostly gray dots, lines, and even shapes weirdly drawn as if a child had created a bunch of doodles with no direction or purple. The blueprint of my existence. This thought originated from Wang Wei's mind out of nowhere, and he knew this was one of those secrets of heaven and earth you would know instinctively after coming in contact with it. A purple bottle containing Grand Dao's blood levitated from the ground or fog and fused with the magic circles. When Wang Wei first examined this thing, he was glad he came here because the aura from blood was enough to annihilate him if not for the bottle's protection. After the fusion, Wang Wei saw another white space with similar weird drawings, except more complicated or nonsense, while also only containing the colors white and black. His space was primarily gray and included all the other colors, but this one was white and black. Wang Wei used this technique, and it led his eyes to a particular area of this new white space. He immediately knew he had to copy that section of this space into his own space. I see. Only transcendent beings can be considered perfect. No, maybe the act of transcending is an act of perfecting the self. That's why it's a taboo. Wang Wei knew what to do. He focused his mind and gained access or control to a powerful will. Is this what it would feel like to manipulate true heavenly Tao? He had to admit that the power was riveting, even though it was not real since it originated from a seed and not the real central source chaos world. He reined in his mind before starting. His objective was simple: copy the perfect aspect of Grand Tao into his own existence. The process was strenuous and required deep concentration, and Wang Wei realized why hunger allowed him to use this technique in the Emperor realm, his paragon soul. He now had full access to its spiritual power. Furthermore, his willpower also played a role as he resisted the irresistible urge to fuse with these scribbly lines he saw in Grand Tao's blueprint. Every instinct of his body told him he was committing blasphemy, so he should stop and instead fuse with this higher existence. However, despite this, he had to resist and focus to finish the job within the allocated time. Damn it. If only I had more time, he cussed once the new space disappeared. He only copied a small portion and wished he had more time. Wang Wei's white space also disappeared, and then, his consciousness saw a crown with 3 lotus and 5 jewels of different colors. 3 flowers on a crown. He watched as these flowers, which previously had 12 petals each, developed a 13th golden petal. In other words, his grade 1 flowers further evolved so that they could now be classified as grade 0. The spirit flower lit up, and his powerful, chained soul was rapidly rebuilt. No, just rebuilt as it were before, but better, purer, slightly stronger, and more importantly, with more potential. The essence flower was next, and 3 glowing lights materialized, followed by the growth of his skin, muscles, bones, organs, blood, and cells. His powerful fleshly body was back and like his soul, with even greater potential for growth and development. Lastly, the chi flower illuminated, and Wang Wei felt he had gained access to all his Tao, followed by a sublimation of his Tao body. Is this? His previous experiment in the science and technology world allowed him to realize this change. His concept contained had increased. Not only that, but it was already filled, and he did not have to do that much work. The magic circles disappeared, and Wang Wei's naked body stood in this gray fog. His aura had a subtle change, he seemed a little more perfect. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1141 Reward. Wang Wei clenched his fists and immediately noticed the change, and he was not talking about glistening his skin but the strength of his fleshly body. Dragon Phoenix Realm 6th step, he thought. Moreover, he was at the peak of this realm. If not for the bottleneck that exists between the 6th and 7th steps, he would have reached a higher level. However, he did not care. He will use his wife's seal to deal with that bottleneck, just as he did for the 4th step and how he will do for the 10th step. Next is my soul. Wang Wei closed his eyes as he sensed the changes in his paragon soul. It probably increases from being on par with 91 to 92 Grand Dao Source to 93 to 94 Grand Dao Source, which should be excellent news. According to his theory, since Empyreans need to cultivate or condense a paragon soul to enter the next realm, individual and independent soul cultivation will be required from now on in the paragon realm. There is even the possibility that soul quality will return to the equation again. So, if his guess is correct, he won't have to worry about his soul until his cultivation reaches 94% Grand Dao Source. Next is the Taboo Realm. Wang Wei focused on his Dao body, which could now be called Perfect Dao body, and activated his awakening. As soon as his first palace appeared, he noticed the difference. Unlike how it looked before, the palace now had a monument with 13 circles, each containing a lotus inside. Circle represents wholeness and completeness, also a symbol for perfection. Lotuses symbolize purity, enlightenment, and spiritual perfection. Then, there is the number 13. All other 9 palaces had the same monument, but after the 10th was condensed, Wang Wei briefly saw an illusory 11th before dissipating. Moreover, he felt the palaces were not more connected than before. Could it be that something will happen after I condense all 12? No, it should be after condensing the 13th. He smiled as he could not wait. He used all his Grand Dao boosts, and his strength rapidly increased, 67%. 68%. 69%. 9%. 70%. Wang Wei felt he had broken a barrier, entering a new field of power, strength, and confidence. The feeling was unlike when he used the illusory pill, as this was his own power. He was no longer on the near-orgasmic sensation of having this much power since he was used to it and continued analyzing his strength. I was right. The perfect foundation's purpose was not to grant me taboo battle realm, that was just a byproduct. Its main purpose is to increase my chances of becoming half-step transcendence and even ensure I am the best amongst my peers once I reach that realm, Wang Wei analyzed, his eyes twinkling with wisdom. The taboo battle realm also has its purpose besides granting people high battle prowess, he thought, sensing everything in his battle. The foundation added perfection to my existence, and the taboo battle realm also added something. However, it's not completely formed yet, meaning I most likely need to achieve it in the Empyrean and Paragon realm before completion. And once that is done, there is a high chance that it will either help me achieve half-step transcendence or be useful afterward. Wang Wei believed that the taboo battle realm was a checkpoint Grand Dao created for the path of half-step transcendence. He even believed that the minimum requirement to achieve it is Paragon realm, and the person must be willing to walk a similar path as Heavenly Book Paragon that involves abandoning most of their powers or placing themselves in a weakened or vulnerable state for an extended period, not necessarily need to reincarnate. Such a method was the orthodox path, which requires a lot of time and effort, while his was a shortcut that can even be considered cheating. Wang Wei focused back on his strength. I can feel that this is not my limit. He continued to add his Grand Dao boost with expert control of his Dao imprint. So, his strength increased, 71%, 75%, 77%, 79%, 999%. I've hit another limit. Wang Wei thought. He felt all his boosts could get him even more power, especially since he already had entered a new level in his force control skill, pseudo-true heavenly Tao control. He finally made a breakthrough with his experience watching that new world becoming a heaven will and directly controlling the true heavenly Tao will during the transformation. No, my Tao imprint can no longer stack these boosts. He stopped not because of any restraint or limitations directly from heaven and earth but because of his lack of skill. However, this was bad news for Wang Wei because he had reached the limit of using his Tao imprint. He has plenty of time during his retreat due to not having to cultivate his Tao, so his focus is usually on his body or his Tao imprint. Let's put that experiment about having two Tao imprints at the forefront. The good news is Wang Wei believes that after entering the Empyrean realm, he will not have to update his Grand Tao boosts, except for maybe things like his weapons. And with all his advantages, he might instantly reach the tenfold strength, which is 89% Grand Tao source, and maybe even directly enter the taboo realm due to his perfect foundation. Wang Wei smiled brightly, releasing his perfect temperament. He shook his head about the irony that one of his greatest opponents pursued perfection all his life to the point of almost ruining his relationship, but he achieved it way before him. He continued his inspection, focusing on his newly acquired abilities. He realized the nothingness contained in his bloodline did not change much, but his new body allowed him to better resist its corruptions. So, I might be able to create a technique that taps into a small power of the third stage, emptiness. Wang Wei was satisfied with this result, so his focus shifted to his three flowers abilities. The first test was the spirit flower. Wang Wei closed his eyes to access his soul network. He saw two layers, one on top and one on the bottom, and the one at the top was vast and expansive. He quickly checked, and as he expected, he could now access the network of the upper dimension. Wang Wei immediately tried to use it, and he had a massive headache, forcing him to stop. It seems I still need to ascend to fully use it. However, this was not the end of this ability as it had another upgrade. He could hide his presence from paragons. Wang Wei knew this technique would become useless because the parasites would definitely be able to sense his activities, but now, he no longer had this worry. As long as Maitreya can keep Supreme Unity busy, he can use this ability to plot the upper dimension's rebellion. It's the perfect method to scheme things from the shadows. With a smirk, Wang Wei focused on his Qi flower. He thought this thing would increase his ability to condense Qi, and in some sense, it did, but not as a result of an upgrade. His upgrade was actually a guide, similar to GPS, to navigate the source Qi space. In other words, this ability can help me search for any Qi I want and navigate me to them. No, it's too powerful, there must be some limitations. As expected, Tier 11 Qi or above has a low probability of being detected, and there should be a limitation to those extremely rare energies. Moreover, even if I knew where these Qi were, I assumed they would have the corresponding danger. Despite this limitation, he was satisfied as he could search for some powerful Qi to leave the Tao opening sect before leaving. He then focused on his essence flower. The ability has not evolved at all. This should not be it. Wait, what's this? As Wang Wei concentrated his mind, he discovered his body contained two doors, and one of them was already open. The Gate of Ascension. The name instantly appeared in his mind after his eyes landed on him. So, in the process of making me perfect, my body recreated the first gate of the true power Tao realm. As Wang Wei sensed this new gate, his body felt a sense of accomplishment, a sense of perfection. Although this word was cliché, that's how he felt. He previously thought he had absolute control over his body, but now, he knew that was not true. He previously had 99% control of his body, and more importantly, he believed that number was perfection. But with the appearance of the Gate of Ascension, he truly achieved 100%. There is also an ability called Invisible Wool Armor. He could feel an invisible armor condensed from his willpower manifestation always surrounding them, serving as his first layer of defense. Its power was excellent, and more importantly, it was a passive ability that used no energy or stamina. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know and report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1142 marked. Wang Wei was happy with this transformation and was glad he trusted Hunger to come to this place. If before he was confident of achieving half-step transcendence because of his idea, now, he had another source of confidence, his talent and Tao Foundation. He condensed a new set of purple robes but was not feeling this color currently, so he changed them to white. Glancing at his handsome face with a conjured mirror, he almost fell in love with his beautiful self. Let's reduce this aura, he thought as he controlled the alluring aura his almost perfect body was releasing. However, he still could not change his overall temperament and increase in beauty. Now that his personal affairs were dealt with, he focused his attention on this taboo that has been a mystery of the chaos universe since the dawn of time. Is anyone there? Wang Wei asked, but no response. The fog was calm, eerie, and mysterious, as usual. Future self, if you're truly responsible for this thing, how about you give me a few rare things? No sounds or response. Our father could use a limit breaker. No, make that too for our mother. Then, we also need materials for the perfect foundation for the whole family, so that's 4 people if you count the yet-to-be-determined wife. Wang Wei frowned. Maybe, there are some strange rules that they need to come here to get it. This was a possibility he considered. Or, maybe I'm wrong, and my future self did not create this thing, but they are connected somehow. It would explain why it knew what materials I needed for this foundation. Wang Wei sighed as this was going nowhere, so he decided to leave. However, once he reached the border of the Extremity Sea, he sensed an invisible barrier that seemed to have locked him inside. He frowned as he tried pushing forward with his palm, and something was there as expected. I can't be stuck here for eternity, can I? He immediately used all his force to push this invisible barrier, but all his efforts were useless. As Wang Wei was about to give up and try something else, he felt the barrier rapidly weakening and took this opportunity to break through and leave this area. He embraced himself for more, but nothing happened? Not even a slight breeze. Wang Wei looked above, expecting Grand Daosai to manifest at any moment, but nothing happened even after waiting for close to an hour. This absence, is it normal or suspicious behavior? He could not tell, so he decided to focus on something else. Now that he had the strength, he needed someone to test it. So, who would be the safest? According to his calculations and divinations, the death world was the safest and with the most variables for something going wrong. The abyss gap was the most dangerous and had great variability, and the nether hell was the second most dangerous and had the weakest variability. So, between the death world and the nether hell. After thinking briefly, Wang Wei chose the death world. He genuinely wanted to get rid of this thing as soon as possible, as death reverence creeped him out. However, he did not lose his cautious nature, so he sat cross-legged in the void to enter the dream world and train. He used the battle tower to design worthy opponents for himself so he could adapt to his newfound strength as soon as possible. He even designed opponents with greater parameters than him to ensure he could challenge himself. A little time passed before he woke up, and now that he was completely prepared, he directly teleported to the death world. A red sun stood above the heavens, barely illuminating this vast and infinite world. This is truly a world of death, Wang Wei commented. There was a small continent floating at the center, but dead bodies everywhere else. Yes, this entire world/dimension, slightly bigger than the lower dimension, was full of dead bodies. Quadrillion. Quintillion. Sextillion. Numbers could no longer quantify the number of dead bodies in this world. Wang Wei calmly observed his surroundings. He noticed countless different races and species, many of whom he had never heard or read about, and they were of various cultivation levels. Forget about the body. The death chi in this place is giving me an eerie feeling. He frowned as he activated his senses to detect danger. However, so far, nothing. The world's people noticed his arrival and activated formation to protect themselves. Sadly, Wang Wei only took a glance after teleporting to them to destroy their formation, which was even better than the commerce hub. Call upon the Death Guardian, someone yelled, and the order was immediately executed. The corpse-selling sect never expected someone to find this place, let alone for that person to be Wang Wei. Although they were not afraid of that bastard, they also did not want to conflict with him since they would have to pay a severe price to eliminate him. An immense amount of death chi gathered above the sky to condense a 3.5-meter dark creature with horns, claws, and red energy stripes running through its body. Its aura displayed the fact it was the embodiment of death itself. Strength of 69% Grand Dao source, but can achieve 70% by using the death chi in this world, Wang Wei analyzed. I'm getting a bad feeling, so let's end this as swiftly as possible. I can also test my new technique. Void is not true nothingness, as it contains invisible but detectable aspects. Emptiness truly contains nothing, but it does not have the grandeur, nobility, and arrogance of true nothingness for the mere fact it precedes all creation. Regardless, why don't you experience a little bit of its power, return to emptiness. A small white orb appeared above his right palm before exploding and covering this Death Guardian. The powerful creature sensed its death and tried to resist, but even death, which is often described as a state of nothingness by mortals who do not believe in reincarnation, could not resist the power of emptiness. Its body, soul, and even existence were wiped out in an instant. The Death Continent also suffered the same fate as Wang Wei did not want to risk anything and wiped them out clean. Then, he was immediately on guard for the possible appearance of death reverence, and he was correct to be. The death world trembled, and Wang Wei suddenly sensed something watching him from the darkness. His senses or detection method caught nothing, but he knew someone or something was watching him. You should make the perfect vessel. Wang Wei's body felt an instinctive repulsion which seemed to be hidden in the deepest layer of his existence. The aura in the surroundings changed, and it seemed familiar. It's similar to the Abyss Gap, a fundamental rejection of heaven and earth. Wang Wei's eyes squinted as he quickly realized the implications. Death reverence was associated with or had connections to some foreign entities similar to Cthulhu or the old gods. Many things suddenly made sense to Wang Wei. Why did death reverence destroy that world? It was probably a sacrifice to try to allow that entity to descend into this chaos universe. The all-savant world must have something special which he needed. All these thoughts flashed quickly in Wang Wei's mind as his instinct kicked in to run away. However, it was pointless, as his body was unable to move. He immediately tried to kill himself and revive somewhere else, but that also failed. A dark light descended from the heavens into his body. Wang Wei's expression turned ugly as he saw a black tattoo on his chest. You dare mark me? No one answered him, and the repulsive aura in the environment dissipated. Wang Wei looked into the darkness with a fiery anger that could burn the world. He snorted coldly, instantly destroying the death world in the process. He floated in the void, looking above the heaven. However, after 10 minutes, his anger increased. Damn you, Grand Dao. I have the mark of an intruder of the chaos universe. Why aren't you doing your job and removing it? All logic and truths dictate that Grand Dao should have appeared and dealt with the situation. After all, if someone like Wang Wei were used as an avatar to allow some unknown transcendent or half-step transcendent to descend into this world, the result would only be chaos. Wang Wei's wrath reached the pinnacle as he knew that bastard Grand Dao purposely did not intervene because of either his future self or the fact he just acquired the perfect foundation. You think I need your help? Keep dreaming. His red eyes focused on the endless void, and with one thought, all the branches of the corpse-selling sect across the lower dimension rapidly dissipated. Wang Wei killed everything and everyone, including all their sects' formations, artifacts, and resources. Anyway, he saw these things as being contaminated and would never use them. The only thing he kept was their sect's luck, which he condensed into a golden crystal, which he attached 2 strings to use as a necklace. No one survived this massacre, including 2 Eternals emperors. He had already destroyed their vaults since they were hidden in the death world, so he only needed to erase them from history. He wiped out hundreds of sects and trillions of people scattered across an infinite realm with a single thought. Wang Wei immediately teleported back to the Dark Truth, and as soon as he arrived, he saw signs of movement from the fog. However, the fog suddenly collapsed, and each attempt to gather seemed to fail. The process lasted for a few minutes before there were no other movements. "So, you lost this move," he thought with squinted eyes. He immediately teleported home, and the first thing he did was kill himself. He had 3 extra lives, 1 from his mortal emperor achievements and 2 from his life and death talent, which he successfully elevated into lives after using the data from Mon Wuzi's physique. So, he used it. After his body reassembled itself, Wang Wei saw the mark on his chest, and he was not surprised. His death was simply to ascertain how deep this mark was. And now that he knew, he continued with his plan by entering the science and technology world, heading directly to the quantum realm. "I know you're here, and I have a gift for you," Wang Wei said before showing the mark on his body. This mark contained information about an entire being outside your designated parameters. It is the perfect opportunity to evolve beyond what you could ever calculate. The quantum will awaken before immediately scanning the mark. It was immediately interested. It had already received much information by scanning and analyzing the weird humans who created it, but the information contained on this mark was way more valuable. So, it released a devouring power to extract the mark. Wang Wei felt a terrifying pain, and his body was also falling apart, but he did not resist. The quantum will continued its work. The thing was probably more powerful than it, but its essence was on the same level. Furthermore, it had its home court advantage, while this mark was only a rootless thing that did not have access to a power source or anyone actively controlling it. Swish! The mark moved out of Wang Wei's body before disappearing into the depth of the quantum realm. He immediately checked his body and found nothing, so he sighed in relief. He looked in the distance before leaving. Bang! The sky above the myriad Emperor world changed. "Grand Dao," Wang Wei muttered with gritted teeth, and the eye glanced at him. Then, out of nowhere, the marble containing the science and technology world flew into the sky before bolts of lightning instantly destroyed it. Grand Dao then focused on him, and Wang Wei could feel its fury. However, he still looked at it defiantly. After glancing at each other for a minute, the eye dissipated as if it were never here. Meanwhile, Wang Wei sensed something and looked at the extremity C. The fog was gone. In other words, the Dark Truth had left the lower dimension. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1143 Time Nexus Implications, Primordial Chaos, Mithraea and Supreme Unity momentarily paused. Unlike everybody else, they noticed Grand Dao's descent. They saw the confrontation between Wang Wei, including destroying that crystal that seemed to contain a world inside. They also immediately noticed the crystal's aura was on par with theirs, if not of a higher essence. They remembered feeling someone or something had intruded into their world a while ago but discovered nothing despite their best efforts. "I knew he was special, but not to the extent of involving in matters related to transcendence or to the point of offending Grand Dao," Mithraea thought with a smirk. Things were getting interesting, and she had more hope for the future. Her eyes then focused on the extremity C. Could this be my chance to kill him? Supreme Unity thought. If Wang Wei had a fallout with Grand Dao, then he might use this opportunity to remove his status as an Era son through Heavenly Dao, making it easier for him to eliminate that bastard without the protection of his destiny. No, it's not working. True Heavenly Dao was not stupid. Despite how the mighty boss was feeling, it knew that Wang Wei was still vital in fighting supreme unity for absolute control over the world. As such, the stupidest thing it could do was make an enemy out of him now. How about a temporary truce? Why would I do that? Maitreya asked. The dark truth is gone in the lower dimension. Maybe we can work together to remove it completely from our world. You and I know that whatever this taboo involves is above our pay grade. So, it's pointless to try something like that. We finally have hope, but you won't even consider it. That's right, Maitreya replied calmly, her determination unwavering and unyielding. In that case, what about a truce to interrogate that kid? You saw it for yourself. His secrets involved a being that has walked further from us. Maybe we can get answers to the way forward. Supreme Unity changed tactics, trying to tempt her instead. I refuse. Why are you being so stubborn? This is a perfect opportunity to see the path forward, and maybe even achieve true transcendence. Supreme Unity felt a slight annoyance and frustration. Ever since the ultimate taboo, this woman has gone her way to oppose him in every way. There were many opportunities for them to both benefit, especially with some of the secrets in the lower dimension. Still, she refused and opposed him in every scenario. Supreme Unity knew how far he could have walked toward the transcendent path if not for this bald nun stopping him at every occasion and opportunity. History and time are on my side, Maitreya replied coolly. Once the kid discovers the truth, reaches my level, and feels reassured, I know he will be more than happy to share his secrets, to help me walk the transcendent path. So, why do I need to offend him now? You don't know that for sure. But I do, she replied, very confident. All signs have shown that's the kind of person he is. Isn't that why we previously followed Chiyuan? Now, his descendant is even more charismatic and talented than him. Supreme Unity looked at her. He would have unleashed his wrath and anger if not for his suppressed emotions. However, he knew such emotions were useless. I can only continue the original plan. Heavenly Book better not let me down, or I will hunt him down to any corner of this universe. Their battle continued, becoming even fiercer than before. Red Mist Forbidden Land, Heavenly Book Paragon opened his eyes. Another time Nexus. How many major life events does this man have? More importantly, if he has so many, why hasn't Grand Dao found a flaw to kill his young self? As he looked at the words appearing in the group, he had to give Wang Wei his prop. It should not be easy to defend his past self against so many events that could kill him if he failed to save his past self. So, is he that capable, or has Grand Dao been this incompetent? Heavenly Book Paragon knew the answer. As someone who cultivates Heaven Dao, he knew how sophisticated of a system Grand Dao was, and no one with a sane mind would call it incompetent. He observed the entire process of his book's upgrade, and once the process ended, his eyes twinkled. Am I going to get my first worthy fortunate encounter from these two? Let me see, it should be something that belongs to Wang Wei. Interesting. The page describing this encounter was still incomplete, but he deduced much information from the small section. Heavenly Book turned a few pages to analyze the new information. He suddenly stopped at a new information. He used my inheritance and Madman choose method to create a new ceremony. This bastard knows I'm his enemy. He deduced Wang Wei would be suspicious of him after the plan with Emperor Jia failed, but now, he had confirmation the latter knew of his existence. With how Madman Chu usually behaves, he will definitely try to meet him to get his hands on that ceremony. And once they meet, he will 100% recognize my work, and there is a 76% chance he will accidentally mention it. He did try to hide the fact he created that inheritance, and his method could fool Wang Wei due to his low cultivation and unfamiliarity with him, but that will not be the case for Madman Chu. His threat has been elevated now that he knows, and the amount of time I have left has also decreased. He frowned briefly before raising his hand to draw a rune in the air. Then, a potent energy that originated from the rune entered the book. As soon as he drew the rune, thousands of chaos worlds activated powerful arrays that covered their entire world. Then, they were refined into the purest energy that the heavenly book fed his book. Nothing survived in this world, not the people, the cultivators, the branches of samsara, no matter, energy, space-time, and even the fundamental concepts that composed their existence. Powered by this extremely unique and pure energy, more writing appeared in the book. Grand Tao is not happy with its chosen son, so it has begun to create ways for him to become a worthy competitor for Wang Wei. It's a good move since it cannot trust me. The purpose of the Grand Tao's son was pretty obvious: be strong enough to kill Wang Wei in one of its time nexus, thus killing its future self. Grand Tao only needs to block the river of time to prevent any interference, and then it will be game over. What are those time nexuses? Heavenly Book Paragon asked himself, and this was not the first time he had asked. In fact, he could not count the number of times he pondered this question. All those half-step transcendents have essentially transcendent time and space. So, why does someone even more powerful have not? The implications behind this might be the real prize in all these conflicts. He had done countless calculations, deductions, analyses, and even divinations after learning about this time nexus, and the answers he received varied from absurd to nonsense and, finally, mind-boggling. Sadly, there was not enough information to narrow things down and find a concrete answer, or even to narrow it down to something he could investigate. Heavenly Book Paragon looked at his book, wondering if he could sacrifice more worlds to accelerate the process. He was unsatisfied with the news he received since it only involved Grand Tao's son, and he did not care much about that chess piece. If I make any moves, things could snowball out of control. He had already noticed signs of the upcoming chaos since primordial chaos had not been peaceful since the all-seeing temple released their divination. However, the situation was still in the preparatory stage, and if he started destroying worlds in large groups, people would notice, and his actions might create a snowball effect. The peace and quiet is still advantageous to me, so there is no need to accelerate the chaos. What I need to focus on now is whether I should take the Grand Tao's son's fortune encounters or leave it to him so he has a chance. Heavenly Book was currently in a cooperative relationship with Grand Tao, and such action might destroy their almost non-existent trust, and he might anger the latter. Why am I even hesitating? His plan was extremely dangerous, and only death awaited him if he failed, either at Wang Wei or Grand Tao's hands. So, he did not care about offending either of them. All or nothing. Hasn't this always been the motto? He immediately ordered one of his clones to travel to a few worlds to get his hands on a few things he might need. Anyway, Grand Tao is rich and has numerous ways to train its chosen son. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know and report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1144 Choice. Primordial Chaos, Death Land Forbidden Zone, an old and ancient entity that embodied death, or the reverence of death, slowly awakened. The place was the purest of black, with no one in sight. Then, a pair of eyes opened, making the entire zone tremble. What happened? Death Reverence asked himself. The altar in the Eternal Ascension world was destroyed. He was not surprised by this news, as he had expected after learning that 2 half-step transcendences had appeared in that world. However, nothing happened after a long time, as they seemed to have balanced each other out and refused to work together. But now, it seems it has finally happened. It wasn't them who did it. Death Reverence was finally truly awakened. My lord found a vessel, but it was dealt with. Was it Grand Dao's doing? He could not find any more information, which frustrated him slightly. It was extremely difficult for his lord to find a vessel that was not only worthy but perfectly fit with him. Death Reverence grunted. He wanted to immediately rush to the Eternal Ascension world to find the truth. Sadly, his current strength can only deal with one of those two, and he knows no matter their conflict or disagreement, they will work together to kill him. Death Reverence sighed deeply. If I were as powerful as that outer god clone, it would not be easy for Grand Dao to deal with my actions. It was frustrating as he finally reached the level where he could achieve his goals, but Grand Dao has been keeping an eye on his every action, so he must act strictly by the rules, or he might be exiled, ruining all his plans and efforts. Death Reverence removed his sight from this event, focusing on the entire chaos universe at large. He immediately noticed the underlying chaos and strife due to the all-seeing temple. So, it's already time for another major event. Perfect. The corpse-selling sect thrives during times of war and death. So, he immediately ordered all his members to begin spreading more altars. Death shall walk on this world one day, and all sentient beings will revel at his name and presence. Death Reverence entered his deep sleep after saying these words. Prehistoric world, what did he do? Hongjun muttered after sensing the removal of the protection he provided to the kid. He mobilized his primary Dao, Destiny, to divine the truth while holding on to Pangus' axe. What's this? He suddenly felt an opportunity to catch the truth, so he followed it. He did not stop sifting through the threads of destiny to find his answer. Blood dripped from his orifices, and the entire prehistoric world trembled, alarming countless entities. However, Hongjun did not care, he was so close. So, that is the cause of the catastrophe, he muttered while smiling wryly. He foresaw chaos and danger that could possibly destroy his home, so he took measures to ensure its safety or survival. But he never expected his actions would, in fact, lead to the catastrophe. So, we have to make a choice between those two. No, with our karmic connection, we are already marked to one side. He sighed deeply. Master, what happened? A voice rang outside his purple palace. However, before he could reassure them, another booming voice echoed. Hongjun, what happened? I was doing a divination. No normal divination would have such a reaction, asked another deeper voice without the boom. Any important information? No. Are you sure? The reaction was mostly from the backlash, Hongjun explained calmly. I'm currently injured and need to enter seclusion. I need you two to keep an eye on things for me while I recuperate. It's that bad, huh? Asked the one with a deep voice. Yes. Don't worry. Nothing will happen with us present, added the booming voice. Hongjun sensed their dissipating presence before sighing in relief. He did not know how these two would react to this news, so he kept it to himself for now. Now, what should my next step be? He was confused, as his decision would affect the entire world, so he needed to be careful. Hongjun sighed before reassuring his disciples. Then, he entered seclusions. He was not lying about his injuries, so he indeed needed to recuperate. He also needed this peaceful time to think and plan ahead. Eternal Ascension World, Lower Dimension, Myriad Emperor World, Wang Wei sat on this throne, deep in thought. Recent events have proven that it may not be enough, no matter how careful he thinks he is. Would things have gone better had he waited until becoming an everlasting Empyrean before destroying the Death World? Highly unlikely, especially since he was dealing with a chess game involving higher beings and entities. However, it would also have granted him more options. I always thought that no matter the situation, Grand Dao would follow the rules, but it appeared that was not the case. That bastardly thing is not as emotionally stable as I imagined. There was a possibility that he did not know all the rules, but Wang Wei did not care, nor was it relevant since he was convinced the latter acted out of selfishness. That science and technology world. In fact, he would have definitely destroyed the world once he left. After analyzing that mark, Wang Wei knew the quantum would have evolved beyond his control and to the point that he could not destroy it if he wished to. But if I had more time, I could have found another solution to restrict its development or maybe create another weaker version before doing so. At the very least, I could have removed the new data from the Watchers before destroying it. But now... He gritted his teeth, thinking how much of an advantage he lost with its destruction. Then, there was the dark truth, which was another choice. Wang Wei was convinced that his parents and families would benefit somehow after entering the fog. Now, that is all gone. Death reverence, count your days since now, you're on my list of variables to eliminate. Wang Wei was already worried about this path to transcendence due to his future self-actions. So, he did not appreciate any foreigners, outer gods or not, interfering in this world and making the process even more complicated. And once he has the opportunity and strength, he will eradicate that bastard with utmost impunity. Wang Wei opened his robe to look at his chest. Although there was no mark, some of him still felt it was there. He never hated any of his experiences in his cultivation journey as much as he hated this branding. He always knew he was someone's pawn, but the mark was physical proof that someone saw him as nothing but a worthless and discarded object. And there was the idea that his life was controlled by someone else, that his fate was not his own, that his freedom was shackled. He truly hated the experience. I must ask Grand Dao whether there are any hidden marks on my body due to my status as a fate seed. Although using his question like this might be a waste since he could ask for a direct path of transcendence, he needed to know for his sanity's sake. Anyway, he was confident in himself regarding this aspect, but whatever mark may be left on him is not something he can deal with anytime soon. The issue is whether that bastard will follow the rules or not. This thought frustrated him. The fact that Grand Dao was unreliable affected many of his plans, and to say he was annoyed by this fact is an understatement. Now, I can only wait. Regardless of the future, he decided to use that question before entering the Paragon realm, before it became too late. Swish! Someone appeared in the throne room. What happened? Yu Yan asked. Why are you here? Wang Wei asked as he woke up from his deep ponder. Don't you see outside? Wang Wei looked, and he noticed his bad mood had created a somber vision with dark clouds with flashes of lightning covering the entire world. Wang Wei did not care, so he waved his hand to disperse the visions. He did not want the mortals to be scared and cause trouble. What happened to make you so angry? She knew how much control her son had over his emotions, so something big must have happened for him to behave like that. Yu Yan suddenly thought of something. Did you receive bad news from the daughter-in-law? No, nothing like that. Something just happened that pissed me off. Want to talk about it? No, I'm fine, Wang Wei replied. He wanted to be alone. No, he wanted to talk to her, but that was not happening. Are you sure? We could have one of our night talks when you were young. You know, just us laying on the bed as I tell you stories about the world. Instead, you can talk about how you feel. Better yet, we can be the ones underneath the moonlight. I appreciate the offer, but Wang Wei suddenly paused. You know what, I don't see why not. He snapped his finger to change the day into night before teleporting away. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1145 Yin Yang Dao Foundation. Wang Wei and Yu Yan lay in a vast green plain, head to head, while their feet pointed in different directions. They looked at the beautiful moon hanging in the sky, with the shining stars accentuating the view. Feeling better? Yu Yan asked. Yeah. You don't sound too convincing. Now, I can sleep if I want or smile, so I would say I'm feeling better, Wang Wei replied. That is progress. Life is all about highs and lows, and this experience is just of the lows, she reassured him. How is father and grandpa? Your father finished his 9 extremity foundation, so he's in good spirits. Is he now trying to attempt 10 supremacy? Not yet. We've been spending time together. It's good to be by each other's side. Do you want to return home? No, it's best to keep the charade going to prevent any trouble, Yu Yen explained. Plus, it's been good spending time at home with my sister, not to mention the distance has spiced things between me and your father. Too much information. You're a grown man, why are you embarrassed? Sex is no matter how old I am, I do not want to know about your sex life, Wang Wei cut her off. Plus, you always say I'm your little boy no matter how much I grow or do, but all of a sudden, I'm a grown man. The hypocrisy. Yu Yen chuckled out loud. Grandpa should be out of his seclusion. Yes. He wanted to see you one last time before ascending. Wang Wei grunted. Is something wrong? I haven't determined my relationship with true heavenly Tao after what happened, so he should postpone his trip to ensure nothing happens. Yu Yen frowned. I don't think hell listened to you this time. What makes you say that? He seems determined to finish this battle to perfect his Tao heart and start his reincarnation. With how he's been acting, I don't think he will postpone anymore. In that case, I can't let him see me. That's mean. Yu Yen knew how stubborn her father-in-law could be about certain things, so he might not listen to her son. However, he would never leave without saying goodbye. Wang Wei shrugged. This was the only way to deal with that old man once he became stubborn. By the way, do you need my help re-establishing your foundation? He could tell his mother was also approaching the limit like most of the emperors of this generation, so he offered his services. No, I'll do it myself, Yu Yen replied. However, you may be able to help me with this. She handed him an information talisman. A yin-yang cultivation technique. Really? His lips twitched. Don't just focus on the title, but its purpose. Wang Wei frowned before reading the entire thing. His eyes immediately lit up. Interesting. You want to use yin-yang dual cultivation to achieve 10 supremacy foundation with father's help? Yes. I had the idea after Lu Qing proved the Tao, so I've been studying the infatuation and yin-yang love flower. What do you think? Is it feasible? Wang Wei took a moment to deduce. It is, but you'll need a few things. Firstly, it's best to achieve a perfect 9 extremity during your foundation re-establishment. If your foundations are too far apart in scale, this won't work like for the yin-yang love flower. I figured as much. Yu Yen nodded. Second, you will need a medium similar to the yin-yang love flower. No, it would be best to use the flower itself. I feared as much, Yu Yen sighed. The infatuation flower was one of those rare herbs with such a specific condition of growth that could be described as extreme. Lu Cheng was lucky to receive one. No, maybe if not for Wang Wei's luck being intertwined with his, he might never have acquired one. Let me scan the lower dimension to see if there is still one left. Wang Wei suggested before searching the endless void. I found one, but it's in the early stages of gestation. It might take a while to bloom. It's fine. I have nothing but time. Yu Yan had a bright smile. As long as she could get her hands on it, everything else did not matter. I have a better idea. I'm about to send Wang Qi on another voyage. I'll ask him to try to get his hands on one, or maybe even a completed yin-yang flower, Wang Wei said. And if that doesn't work, I'll find some unique qi for you in the source qi space to accelerate the infatuation flower process. No, wait, why am I so stupid? I can just find some qi that will help your technique. There is definitely something that can help with Tao foundations. As reliable as ever, Yu Yen replied with a smile, but inside, she was not too happy. She thought she would have been able to help him more after proving the Tao, but things didn't go as well as she wished to. Wang Wei's usual perceptiveness did not know to notice his mother's feelings, so he continued. The last thing you need to watch out for might be tribulation. The rules of heaven and earth already make it difficult to re-establish the foundation, and what you're doing will definitely aggravate the situation. I expected as much. As far as Yu Yan is concerned, only 2 people have achieved 10 supremacy, and her husband will become the 3rd, assuming Dong Lifin did not achieve the alternate method beforehand. So, once she tries to do it in a crooked way, Heavenly Tao will be lenient on her due to her innovation and be extra strict on her for cutting corners. No, the situation is more severe than you think. The tribulation will definitely be based on a yin-yang theme or testing the relationship between you and father. If something goes wrong, don't worry. The love between us cannot be faltered or broken apart by a mere heavenly Tao. Yu Yan sneered while her eyes showed her confidence. She could already deduce what this test would try. Its main focus will probably be their struggle in their younger days when they had to worry about their clan's expectations and the fact they had to fight for the heavenly battle. However, even back then, Wang Tian was prepared to throw away everything for her and her for him. Luckily, she was smart enough to come up with the pact ideal, but even without it, nothing could have stopped them. Your confidence reassures me, Wang Wei replied with a smile. Wang Wei added his input on the technique before handing it to her. Have you made a choice? About what? Your 10th revolution bloodline. Oh, that. Yu Yan had a significant choice to make. Only she achieves the 10th revolution, but the immemorial tribulation would, in turn, become manageable to the point she could pass it on her own or follow Wang Wei's path and allow the Yu clan to gain the benefit. However, she would need Wang Wei's help for the tribulation, but there is a decent chance she might not pass. Then, there is also the worry that their clan will be unable to bear the karmic weight of being a human fiend god clan. I think I'll do it alone, Yu Yan said with a sigh. I've tried a few divinations, and things do not end well for us if they have such a bloodline, even with the Tao opening sects protection. Knowing you, I'm guessing you did not completely give up. That's right. I plan on building up the sect's luck and destiny, so I need some achievements or memorialized luck before I ascend. That won't be enough. I know. That's why I also plan to see if my ancestor is alive in the upper dimension and if we can revive the clan there. That's a long-term project, Wang Wei reminded. Luckily, we have plenty of time. True, Wang Wei nodded. Any concrete plans? Some, for example, start a cult. Wang Wei's lips twitched. How would a cult help? You know what, never mind. Tell me the other ideas. You're no fun. Well, there is. The 2 spent the next few hours talking until the sun rose. They had fun as they talked about various subjects, some downright silly. It was the perfect distraction Wang Wei needed. Dad and Grandpa should be waiting for us. Indeed. Yu Yan exhaled. The old man will not be happy that you won't see him. Old man. He's not here, so who cares if I'm disrespectful? Aren't you worried that I will rat you out? If you do, then I will know that I wasted all that time spoiling you as a kid, and you can leave because you're no longer my favorite child. I'm your only child. I said what I said, and I meant it too. Wang Wei chuckled out loud. You can tell the old man the truth if he gets suspicious. Anyway, I won't see him as long as I don't feel reassured. All right. Say hi to Dad for me. Wang Wei disappeared, returning to the court. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1146 Arc. Wang Wei sat on his throne, and after a few seconds, a figure rose from a shadow spot before him. Master. Wang Ju, update me. Yes. First, President Tian Wenyan is dead, and the court has conquered the Commerce Hub's territory. That should be expected. The man's effort was nothing but a last-ditch effort, so he was bound to die no matter what. Do you know why he never surrendered to us? Someone he loved dear died during the war, so he blamed us, blamed you. Is that so? No matter how cunning or brilliant someone is, they will always have some sort of emotional fetters, unless they walk the path of indifference. Do we know who? Never mind. Continue. With Tong Rubing's talisman, we have hunted down most of the Abyss Gap branches, but a few successfully escaped despite our well-coordinated efforts. Escape? Where? Back to the gap. Didn't we have people blocking and supervising the entrance? Those people suddenly disappeared, and no matter the method we tried, we could not locate them. So, the best conclusion is that they somehow returned. We are still investigating the details but making little to no progress so far. I see. Wang Wei's gaze penetrated the endless space to spy at the Abyss Gap. Is something about to happen before I actively deal with this thing? That's annoying. He wanted to be careful and eliminate the problem after becoming an everlasting Empyrean. You don't need to put too much emphasis on them anymore, Wang Wei ordered. The Abyss Gap was his problem, so it was best for the Fate Shadow Guards to focus their attention and resources elsewhere. What else? Sir, have you heard of the Golden God? Wang Ju asked. What's that? It's a new force that has risen during your retreat. New force. Are they important enough for you to bring up? Wang Ju secretly looked at her master. She had the nagging suspicions that the Golden God was another pawn his master threw out for whatever plans. The latter's rise was too sudden and fast, and his unparalleled strength could not come out of nowhere. It made sense the Commerce Hub and the Spirit Genesis sect had such power, but this Golden God? His strength was inexplicable and so random that the entire thing screamed a plot. However, since the sect master did not want to tell the truth, he must have his reason. In just a short period, the Golden God has conquered more than 1,400 world communities, even more than us. Are you serious? Wang Wei asked with a somber tone. Yes. The Endless Void is currently divided into 3 sections, us, the Golden God, and everyone in between who has yet to be conquered. Is that so? The feeling that this was all a ploy intensified after seeing her master's reaction. However, Wang Ju did not ask and continued, that's the current situation. The good news is with this new enemy, the remaining world communities were forced to establish a court as a way to condense their military power. So, our objectives could be said to be two-thirds. Two-thirds. The Golden God does not allow the existence of courts. Instead, he forced all conquered worlds to worship him. Well, two-thirds is not a bad result, Wang Wei nodded. So, what should we do about him? Wang Ju asked. Don't worry about it. He'll have a court meeting to discuss things. More importantly, how is the expansion of the Fate Shadow Guards? Excellent. We are meeting your expectations, and by the time we've spread throughout the lower dimension, everything should be prepared. That's good news. Wang Wei nodded before handing the Law Tree seed to her. Give this to Origin 1 and tell him to find someone to plant it. Wang Ju received the seed, wondering why the sect master tasked him with such a mundane thing. Couldn't he just do it himself? Okay, you're dismissed. Wang Wei said after talking for another few minutes. Wang Ju bowed before she dissipated. She knows me too well, Wang Wei thought. Such a quality is perfect for the kind of role Wang Ju is in, but it also becomes a weakness that Wang Wei's opponent could exploit. He does not think Wang Ju would ever betray if she were ever captured, but there were too many ways to extract information from her. That's why she cannot ascend with me. The lower dimension is the perfect protection for her until I'm strong enough to protect her from these methods. Wang Wei felt it was truly a shame, given how much time and effort he spent to train her to be this capable. Previously, he did not want to take her mainly due to her talent, but he's learned that with his ability, cultivation talents are the least of his problems. Oh, good, you're back. Wang Wei turned to look at Su Shi. I came to check on you, but you weren't here. She paused and looked at him intently. Why are you suddenly more beautiful than me? I've always been more beautiful than you. Your ego simply could not accept such a fact until I truly revealed myself to the world. Su Shi rolled her eyes as she observed him more carefully. You're not the kind of person to care about his appearance and purposely make you more beautiful. So, what happened? I've got a new skin routine. Care to share? You can't afford it. That's a shame. Su Shi sighed deeply. However, now, we will never beat the rumors about us. Wang Wei's lips twitched as he could already foresee what people would say about his new change. For example, he felt inferior, so he changed his appearance to be more worthy of being with Su Shi. And that one will probably be the mildest of them. Don't mention those things, or my mood will worsen. So, are you all right? I'm fine. Su Shi looked at him. Well, if you say so. We need another court meeting as there are many things for you to decide, especially the ambassadors from the Central Region. Central Region. I'm assuming you've been debriefed on the current situation of the Endless Void. I was. Well, that's the name we have given the regions between us and the Golden God. That's a lazy name, but I guess it's straightforward enough. Their people have been for a while, asking for an audience with you. All right. With a thought, the court's bell rang worldwide, signaling that a court meeting would occur 3 days later. Then, the two chatted briefly before Su Shi left. Wang Wei gazed at the world. 28,000 years passed while he was in the dark truth, so a few important things occurred in his absence. For example, Lu Qing had already ascended, becoming the first emperor in this generation to leave. The innate demon gods were perfectly integrated into the world, and as he planned, the innate demons were now allied with the demon race in the north while the primordial gods were now allied with human forces. Finally, the myriad emperor world received baptism from the 5 sacred beasts because of Hufeng Huang. From now on, the 5 elements and yin-yang of the world were perfected, and the world's luck was more condensed, which allowed it to give birth to more talents. More importantly, the 5 sacred beasts were considered holy creatures, hence their high immunity to curses. Because of this blessing, children born from the myriad emperor world will also have a slight immunity to curses, and the myriad emperor world itself cannot be easily cursed. Her actions have actually prolonged the heavenly emperor era by a significant person, Wang Wei thought. No wonder she received a decent amount of merit for her action. His eyes then focused on the Western continent. The devil cultivators have essentially been reformed after being used as the court's main military power. Now, their strength has reached an all-time low, almost non-existent. Why such a drastic change? Devil cultivators existed because it was a shortcut for people without talents. However, in this generation, resources and training methods are so abundant that it is pointless to become a devil cultivator. For most people, why kill innocent people to increase their cultivation when they can do thousands of simulations beforehand to ensure nothing goes wrong? Then there is the fact that cultivators now have access to thousands of different cultivation systems. They might be talentless in the origin system but not in other systems. All these changes resulted in the drastic weakening of the Devil Dao. Now that cultivation has become so much easier, true heavenly Dao has already created new ways to restrict mortals. Previously, someone had to be born with a leakless body to cultivate the origin system. But now, if someone did not have such talent, they could change to a martial arts system that only required healthy bones or bodies. Arc? Is that the new system? Mortals are now born with or without an arc. Those with the arc can cultivate and those without cannot, no matter the system. Of course, this system is imperfect as true heavenly Tao left hope for the people in this era. So, if someone had already used the previous system to walk the path of cultivation, they were fine. Meanwhile, even this new system was not perfect in an attempt to give hope to this era's mortals. As long as they find the right resources, they can condense their arcs, which is not nearly as rare as it used to be. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1147 Sixth Court Meeting. Before removing his gaze from the Western continent, Wang Wei checked on Feng Heng. As expected, the monk was condensing his first-level golden body of merit. With Buddhism spread throughout the lower dimension, he had the merit for such an achievement. He might even achieve the second level before ascending, Wang Wei thought before checking on everyone else. The only thing to notice was that the five-element balance palace and the Tai Profound Gate had been focusing their efforts on the celestial harmony world, which made sense since it was a pure Taoism heaven will. With the rise of Buddhism, they needed to do something, or they would become obsolete. If Supreme Unity weren't such a bastard, would have helped you balance out the spread of Buddhism, Wang Wei thought before shaking his head. Supreme Unity might be indifferent to the current state of Taoism, but that would not change the fact he was deeply connected or ingrained with it. Wang Wei summoned Wang Qi. Sect Master. When is your next trip? Omicron M, it should be soon. Many worlds were a little wary of this deal, so they did not send their best during the previous voyage, so their benefit was mainly from the sheer number. But this time, many people knew the benefits and were prepared to send some of their best sealed heaven chosen. Do it now, and once you're there, ask them specifically for an infatuation flower or a yin-yang flower. If they don't have it, try to find it yourself, even contact the sect if need be. Don't worry, Sect Master. You can always count on me. I know. And as I promised, once this is over, you'll have one of the eternal powerhouse spots. Wang Qi's eyes lit up in excitement. His job might look easy, but every time he ascended, he risked his life. An accident could happen at any time in the upper dimension, and based on the scale, even Wang Wei may not be able to save him. Wang Qi left, and Wang Wei summoned the leaders of the innate demon gods. He had never met them in an official capacity and thought this was a perfect opportunity to welcome them. He thanked them for their services during the war and asked how they were adapting to the world. The meeting lasted a few hours, and Wang Wei displayed his charm and charisma as a leader. Once they left, he closed his eyes, waiting for the meeting time. His grandfather tried to come to see him, but he left to Sealy June to hide from him. So, the old man had already caught the situation, and Yu Yan had to tell him the truth. His reaction was as expected, he was angry. He almost made a scene before the court had it not been for Wang Tian to talk him out of it. In other words, His Majesty, the Heavenly Emperor, averted another family scandal after what happened to his mother. The meeting's date arrived, and everyone arrived on time. Even Feng Heng sent in a projection to attend. Everyone immediately noticed Wang Wei's new temperament, and some people did not hide their gossip, making him speechless. Wang Wei raised his hand to stop these people from chattering. We have a lot of work to do, apparently. So, let's get down to business, starting from the most crucial to the least. Where are the ambassadors? A beautiful woman with long brown hair, long legs on the side of her cut hanfu, and cupped hands led a group of 5 people. I am Huolong. On behalf of the Central Region Alliance, I salute you, the Heavenly Emperor of Virtue. She bowed deeply, followed by the others. Heavenly Emperor of Virtue. That's a name I've never heard of. Your Majesty, people no longer refer to you as the first Heavenly Emperor but by this new title, one of the ministers explained. Is that so? Then, why didn't they just call me the Supreme Heavenly Emperor? It's direct and very fitting. No one answered him, and some people looked awkwardly at each other. I see, Wang Wei uttered. That name is too powerful and domineering, and some refuse to accept it. So, instead, they put in a virtuous title to put me in a box and force me to act in a certain way that fits that title. And if I don't, they have justifiable cause to ruin my reputation. I'm guessing whoever suggested that name was definitely a scholar used to using morality to restrain other emperors or rulers. Huolong was calm, but not everyone she brought could remain calm under such an atmosphere, so a few had bright red faces. Meanwhile, the court ministers looked at these ambassadors with a sneer. They knew what kind of person their leader was, and it was truly the biggest joke to think of them for being able to use rules and morality to restrain that man. So, who is the scholar? Wang Wei asked toward the ambassadors, but somehow immediately changed his mind. Forget it. Such a person is not significant enough for me to remember their name. Regardless, I like the name, it should serve its purpose in times like this. This man has no regard for any rules, Huolong thought. He will use that title for his benefit. When needed, he will instantly abandon it and become a tyrant, and he will not hesitate in the slightest. What brings you here to see me? Wang Wei asked. Any attempt for an appeal of emotions, responsibility, and duty will not work on this man, Huolong thought. Only benefit. She now had to change tactics to approach this meeting. The Golden God is rapidly approaching our territory. We know only you have the strength to stop him. So, we ask that you intervene for the sake of your legacy. For the sake of my legacy. Interesting choice of words, Wang Wei chuckled. I'm curious. He did not immediately give an answer. How many world communities are in your alliance? 538, but we also provide aid to the non-alliance members as long as they ask, and we have the capabilities. That's a decent size. Do you guys have a leader, or do you have a different governing system? We have an alliance leader, and her name is the Overlord Seal Empress. Seal Dao, huh? Wang Wei muttered. She must be very capable of convincing so many worlds and communities. She is. Without her, the situation would have been worse. Wang Wei nodded. Tell me, what is your exact plan? Huolong frowned. We hope to work together to eradicate this threat by establishing connections through the dream world. With all our might combined and our ability to mobilize troops, the Golden God will not have a chance, and we can free the people he has enslaved. What's in for me? So direct, Huolong thought. We know that we must rely on your strength, so we are prepared to offer most of the benefits. That's a good way of saying you're going to make the least effort and sacrifice but still want a significant share of the profit. No, that is not our objective. Our goal all right. Wang Wei raised his hand. You don't need to be a genius to see how this situation is about to develop. Your Central Region Alliance is the weakest of the three parties, so the next step is for me and the Golden God to swallow you until we are the last one standing. Then, we will determine the fate of the lower dimension. The room immediately became quiet. The other ambassadors had ugly expressions, but Huolong tried to remain calm. The worst situation has occurred. After realizing what kind of person this heavenly emperor was, she felt things would lead in that direction, but she did not expect him to be so direct. I believe this may not be the best approach. And why is that? Our understanding is that your goal is to spread the heavenly courts. However, the Golden God has disbanded the courts in every world he conquered. If you use this approach, you will lose countless worlds and have to start over, and that's on the chance you will be the final winner in this confrontation. Ha! You want my help while also doubting my strength. Not all. I'm just stating a possibility. Wang Wei shook his head. Your argument is not as appealing as you think. I have all the time in the world, so I don't care about wasting time, especially since I will preserve more benefits in the long run. Your Majesty, listen to my proposal instead, Wang Wei added. Your alliance should surrender to us. No, Absolutely not, said one of the ambassadors, so Hualong stared at him coldly, making him tremble. You saw how I've treated the remnants of the commerce hub, you saw how prosperous these worlds have become, and that's despite the fact I've punished them severely for daring to rebel against me, Wang Wei continued. If you guys surrender, your benefit will be worlds apart from them, and I can even promise you a 20% increase for handing over 500 worlds all at once. And if we don't? Hualong asked after a brief pause. Then, let the battlefield dictate your fate. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible.